north south.
Interstate 90? There's the Chicago.
Astoria Megla Bridge.
Cool bridge. sign says, "Welcome to Oregon." Sweet. Yeah, the original one that they had built burned down, and then the second one they built burned down, and this one they're hoping doesn't burn down.
Yeah, see, that's at the road, kind of north east of where the visitor center is, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a hot cook away from those two places are on the same road.
Yeah. Man, that's a long bridge. I'm crossing another bridge right now. It's a drawbridge. It's
Okay.
on the south side of Astoria. There's all kinds of
Yeah,
bridges
that's
around here.
Lewis River or something like that.
It's
Off
the
the
ocean
Columbia
is
Road.
what it is.
Yeah. Well, you can't build a sophisticated.
Yeah, I'm about to go over the drawbridge part. It's this green drawbridge.
All the boats and stuff out there in that treacherous water.
There is these giant barges in the Columbia River.
They found some money washed up on
That's crazy.
nobody know, so people suspect, well, he died and that was just his money got away from him. No, he put it there to throw people off, and I mean, it's a big
Oh. There's a note. check that out. And the elk. There's some. Elk by the old fort. Oh, there's babies. Oh. Look at the babies. Oh, they still have spots. Look at this.
Well, what are you doing? Say hi.
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 Look at the babies.
What is it, baby?
Baby elk.
Elk? Baby elk?
Uh-huh, and by their mamas, and the daddies are over there.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, that cute.
Do they call them fawns too?
I think so. Look, that guy that put his head up there, been eating the little yellow flowers.
Moose.
Look at them. Look at the little elk still have their spots. I've never seen baby elk. Yeah. Isn't that cool? I'm at this old fort, and there's the daddies over there.
Where are you?
At this Fort Stevens. I'm about to head south. See the little babies? Isn't that cute? Hey, elk! Hey! Hey! They could give a crap. That's funny. That's the tamest elk I've ever seen.
Yeah, they're like, yeah.
They like those yellow flowers. They've been eating the yellow flowers.
They eat those.
Hmm.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah, what are...
You having a good time?
Yeah. Oh, crap. Someone's behind me. Sorry. There. Oh, what is that over there? This is a part of the fort over there. Did you know the Japanese bombed this fort? Yeah.
The Japanese on it?
No, they bombed it during World War II.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, the Japanese discovered the jet stream. You heard that, haven't you? Where they tied bombs to these balloons in the jet stream toward America during World War II, the mainland.
That's crazy. Well, no, there was a U-boat, some kind. Well, not a U-boat. That's German. Japanese submarine that came up on the Oregon coast and tried to. They bombed the crap out of it. It's real interesting. I didn't know Oregon was under attack. I never knew that. Did you?
Well, I knew that they were sending those bombs over on balloons. Maybe that's what they're talking about.
No, this was a submarine that was like a few miles off of Oregon shore that was about to get it.
They didn't teach that in American history.
No, I never learned it either. I didn't know it. I hadn't have known it had I not camped here.
So where are you headed now?
South, Tillamook.
Good.
Haystack Rock.
Well, anyway, we're canning gumbo and chili.
Oh, that sounds good. I had biscuits and gravy for breakfast. Yeah, I had biscuits and gravy for breakfast.
Katie, I'm losing y'all. I'll talk to you
Okay.
after a while.
Okay, bye-bye.
Turn right. Proceed to the route. At the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign, turn right onto Fort Stevens State Park.
Well, you missed your opportunity.
Well, I had the modem unplugged because the cable's been screwed up.
Yeah, I walked up to some elk. I was almost about to pet them.
Wow, Roosevelt elk?
Yeah, bunch of elk, more elk. Oh, and they're little babies. They have spots on them. And then the park ranger's like, don't do that. They're bite vicious. And I'm like, but they're babies. They're so cute.
You've been getting in trouble on everything.
Oh, Katie's good at getting in trouble with the park rangers.
Yeah.
They said don't mess with the wildlife. And I'm like, I like messing with the wildlife. Except unless it has horns or something.
Yeah.
I wasn't that close to the elk.
Yeah.
But they were like, don't feed it. I'm like, I'm not feeding it. I'm just saying how close I can get to an elk. It happens to be my favorite, maybe my favorite animal, native North American animal. I absolutely love elk.
I guarantee you, God was on his game whenever he made elk.
I like elk better than I do moose. And I haven't really ever seen them do moose. But they're prettier, I think.
Probably put them in a trailer with the 4Runner.
Yeah, I probably could.
Yeah, Jesus, dude. Did you read all my posts?
I haven't had internet until like 5 minutes ago. And now I only have one bar.
You gotta read all my posts yesterday. I was really with it yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blue 4Runner. Yeah.
Yep. Evidently, I didn't sleep well or something.
What were you trying to say? Is there like a religious bunch of
Oh,
people?
Sikhs! Yeah, those are the ragheads. The Indian ragheads.
You need to take a pill or something, Kate.
I need some coffee.
Yeah, I got a steak down in there. It's waiting on me to eat it.
I had biscuits and Mountain House biscuits and gravy, except I dumped half the bag out. So I only had half a bag of biscuits and gravy.
Yeah. My chicken, I did an excellent job of brining it and cooking it, but those are like turkey legs. They're making chicken legs too big, and they're tough.
Yeah.
So I was disappointed in my chicken legs.
Yeah.
Even though I beat an egg up with all that, rolled it in that batter, and then rolled it in flour, and seasoned the batter, and cooked them for like 45 minutes to where they were just wonderfully golden done.
Yeah.
And then you bite into them, it's like biting into a shank.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I cooked the steak and I was letting it sit 5 minutes, and I'm gonna take you I'll fill you in on what I did today. So Mike Brown's funeral was 11, and I got there at like 10:55, and there was no place to park.
My gosh.
And I'll go around to the back and see if there's anything. There's people that I think were parking at Boomhauer's next door to win.
Wow.
And so I go, well, if there's this many people here, there's probably no place to sit down, and I'd be standing up, and plus I'd be around 300 people with the potential of having somebody with COVID.
Yeah.
And so I went all around, and I go, I'm going to go leave. And so, they were parked so tight, I was sneaking through, and I ended up kind of bumping this guy's mirror with my mirror. That's how tight it was. It didn't hurt anything. It just, they fold a little bit out of the way. So when he goes back, you feel fine that his mirror's folded a little bit. But it didn't scratch it or anything, because I was just easing through. I mean, it literally, there was no place to park. So anyway, I went to get some chew. I wasn't out, but I go, if I'm this far north, I'll get some. And then I went back, so I had to go back by there. Of course, it was still just packed. I go, there's a possibility I could have parked on the side of the highway. But I go, no, how to get in there. And if there was one person with COVID in there, I'd have probably sat next to him. And so anyway, I feel bad that I couldn't honor him, but I think I had a valid excuse.
Yeah, you did.
But, I knew 6 of his 8 pallbearers.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Yeah.
from shooting, and Bill Cobb was one of his pallbearers.
Wow.
And Bridges and his 2 sons, Bill Cobb and Kerry Williams and Roger Lewis, who I shot with a lot. And then the other 2 I didn't know.
Yeah.
I go, it's not supposed to be a social gathering, but I guarantee you I know a lot of people there. But anyway, I was disappointed. I go, oh shit, I probably should have realized that and got there 30 minutes early. But I didn't. So anyway, I did that. And went by the oil field. Went and got gas. And then I went to Ace Hardware, and I figured out a deal to where I could get the hummingbirds more water by putting an O-ring on the glass thing. Because I don't think that the water's deep enough for them. I think they have to stick their bills in too far.
Yeah.
So I got an 8-inch O-rings for both of them, and so I'm going to try that out. I think they're going to cost 99 cents a piece. And then I bought some more ice cream so I can put my last turkey beards up and hang them.
Yeah.
I'm going to spray them with poison just to make sure there's no bugs on them. And I'm out of poison. I'm out of that ant killer stuff.
Yeah.
I used it on the hummingbird feeder post. And then I was looking for a new doorbell because my little bunchy button is got a hole in it.
Yeah.
And I think they're afraid to put their finger on it if they see a hole in your doorbell punchy button. So they had different types, and the hole spacings were all different. So I didn't numbers for the house to the tune of like $30
It's crazy.
for 4 numbers, and they look real good, so I gotta put those up sometime. And then I went by Walgreens because I forgot I was at Alloy, and my eyes have been horrible. I got out of the shower yesterday, and my eyes were just fuzzy. I mean, it looked like everything, there was a fog in the house. I mean, it was just ridiculous. And so anyway, I put Alloy when I got home. And the cable was out when I turned it on. And so I unplugged it and plugged it back in, and then I was cooking and the cable went out. So I unplugged it for 30 minutes, 27 minutes, and I hadn't even had time to turn it back on. But anyway, what you been doing?
I went to Fort Stevens State Park, did that. Went to, sorry, I'm navigating and trying to drive. Leaving Astoria. There's a lot more I could do here, but I need to head south. And I mean, where I was camping, there was a lot of stuff. There was a shipwreck on the beach. I saw that this morning. I had breakfast. I slept into about 9. And now I'm headed south. I'm gonna stop off. I was gonna go to this museum in Astoria, but I just, my gut tells me to head south, so I'm headed south.
Yeah, where's your next stop?
Seaside probably. Haystack Rock and Seaside area.
Haystack Rock?
Yeah, and Seaside.
Yeah, I've been to Haystack Rock. That's where I messed with the sea urchin in a tidal pool.
Yep.
Yeah, if I remember right, there's Seaside I went to. That's where the kite festival was.
Yeah, there's a lot of people doing kites down the beach.
Yeah, I mean, it was an international kite festival. There were kites as big as this living room in there.
That's cool.
You don't hold on to them. You have a winch, a effing winch that you have to winch those things up into the sky with and crank them down.
Yeah.
A effing winch. I don't mean a pirate's horn. I mean a crank, 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 click, click, click winch.
Yep.
Yeah. But anyway, that was good, and we didn't even know that was going on. We just showed up and we go, shit, there's an international kite festival going on, and it didn't cost anything to go. And the whole beach was just hundreds of people flying kites and vendors set up and everything. And there's a kite shop there too that's probably there all the time. Right before you get to, when you're walking down the road, getting ready to cut through and go to the beach.
Yeah.
Oh, anyway, that's interesting. So I've been to those 2 places. I think you like them. And then what town is close by where you're spending the night?
I don't know. If you go to the thing, you can put it into Google.
But it's there close to Haystack Rock and Seaside?
No, it's further south. It's south of Tillamook.
Okay, I'll look at your itinerary. Anything else going on?
No. Just kind of tired today.
Yeah, you should have scheduled yourself a rest day. Well, you did, didn't you?
I haven't really had much of a rest day. Yeah, I mean, Sunday was kind of a rest day, but there were these idiots, like, I was up way too late last night. There were these idiots, doing, just being idiots yesterday with, partying and crap. They would not shut up. Bunch of teenagers. Like, past midnight, they were just loud. The campsite was great other than them.
Yeah, when they have curfew time, they need to honor that.
Yeah.
And what drove me crazy is the damn generators everybody has.
Yeah, this is electric. Actually used a little bit of electric. I charged my camera batteries up.
Yeah. Anything else going on with Stace getting cold?
Nope. Why don't you eat?
Alright, you be careful.
Okay, I love you.
You too, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's about the most convenient coffee I'm gonna get.
Turn left onto Avenue
Hi,
E,
welcome to
then
Starbucks.
turn right onto
Thanks,
South
service for you.
North Drive.
Yes, I want a iced caramel macchiato with the blonde shot.
Yeah, what size?
Medium.
Okay,
That's it.
perfect. $5.65 at the window. Okay, $5.65. Do you want a straw?
Yes, please.
Okay. Here's this.
Thank you.
Here's this one for you.
Thank you. Y'all are fast. You too. It was literally like 2 minutes. shell gas. This is gonna suck. Oh, it's too convenient though. Remember, Caitlin, your gas tank is over there. Man, that's a weird spot for a gas tank. far away am I from Haystack Rock? Oh, I'm not far.
Take a slight right turn to Sunset Boulevard.
No.
It's not even things I learned from experience or from Gail, and then the information I picked up when I was training for the games. I didn't because I'm no artist, and it's so crucial that the pictures are drawn in exact detail. That's where PETA comes in. Some of the plans he knows already, others we have dried samples of, and others I have to describe. He makes sketches on scrap paper until I'm satisfied they're right, and I let him draw them in the book. After that, I carefully print all I know about the plan. It's quiet, absorbing work that helps take my mind off my troubles. I like to watch his hands as he works, making a blank page bloom with strokes of ink, adding touches of color to our previously black and yellowish book. His face takes on a special look when he concentrates. His usual easy expression is replaced by something more intense and removed that suggests an entire world locked away inside him. I've seen flashes of this before, in the arena, or when he speaks to a crowd. That time he shoved the peacekeepers' guns away from me in District 11. I don't know quite what to make of it. I also become a little fixated on his eyelashes, which ordinarily you don't notice much because they're so blonde. But up close, in the sunlight slanting in from the window,
Man, look at
they're
that crap.
golden color and so long. I don't see how they keep from getting all tangled up when he blinks. One
That's a new
afternoon,
crap
PETA
to look
stops
at.
shading a blossom and looks up so suddenly that I start, as though I were caught spying on him, which in a strange way maybe I was. But he only says, "You know, I think this is the first time we've ever done anything normal together." Yeah, I agree. Our whole relationship has been tainted by the games. Normal was never a part of it. Nice for a change. Each afternoon, he carries me downstairs for a change of scenery, and I unnerve everyone by
This is a
turning on
big
the
hill.
television.
I'm gonna
Usually
have
the
to
only
shift
watching
it
that's
down.
mandatory is the mixture of propaganda and displays of the Capitol's power, including clips from 74 years of
Time
Hunger
to
Games.
downshift.
So odious. But now I'm looking for something special. The mockingjay that Bonnie and Twill are basing all their hopes on. I know it's probably foolishness, but if it is, I want to roll it out
Tunnel.
and erase the idea of a thriving District 13 from my mind for good. My first sighting is in a news story referencing the dark days. I see the smoldering remains of the Justice Building in District 13 and just catch the black and white underside of a mockingjay's wing as it flies across the upper right-hand corner. That doesn't prove anything, really. It's just an old shot that goes with an old tale. However, several days later, something else grabs my attention. The main newscaster is reading a piece about a shortage of graphite affecting the manufacturing of items in District 3. They cut to what is supposed to be live footage of a female reporter encased in a protective suit standing in front of the ruins of the Justice Building in 13. Through her mask, she reports that, unfortunately, a study has just today determined that the mines of District 13 are still too toxic to approach. End of story. But just before they cut back to the main newscaster, I see the unmistakable flash of that same mockingjay's wing. The reporter has simply been incorporated into the old footage. She's not in District 13 at all, which begs the question, what is? Chapter 12. Staying quietly in bed is harder after that. I want to be doing something. Finding out more about District 13 or...
Possible? Is it possible? I see the Bonneville salt flats ahead. It sure looks a little salty. Or is it chalk? Hey Siri, are we in Utah?
You're at I-80E, West Wendover, Nevada.
Oh, we are still in Nevada. My ears pop. Look at the beautiful, expansive land in front of me. Hello, we are at the Bonneville Salt Flats. We're going to the Speedway now. Put me in your little housing. There we go. So I just pulled off the interstate. This is the road supposedly to the Speedway part of the Salt Flats. So you're gonna get the full experience. Kind of see where some idiots might have gotten stuck. I hope I ain't gonna be one of those idiots. Welcome to your public lands. That's what it says. Okay, let's read this crap. Safety zone, no shooting, that's what it says. Oh, there's a bunch of... Oh, no glass containers, no dumping. They have Silver Island Mountains. That's what these mountains are called. And then there's a section that are the Salt Flats. Ooh, big rocks. And be careful of those. See, I'm not going to be going just hog wild with this rental car. I don't know what kind of tires are on this Chevy 2023 Malibu. So, we're going to just be careful. What's funny, though, is there is a speed limit right here, but just right off the road, there is no speed limit. 45 right here. Is what my GPS is telling me. I'm looking to see if these cars have salt on them that are driving by. Wonder if these people took their car on the Salt Flats. You can just see when it got rainy and it got all just muddy over here. People mudding. This is not a mudding car. I wonder when the last time it rained here. Is that water or is that a mirage? Tell you what, that's weird looking. I bet it's a mirage because it's like 95. But, yeah, you never know. Actually racing on this thing, on the actual part, like they're not going 45 on this road. People that like racing. And if you were a cop wanting to hide out, this would be the place to hide out. This has been a bucket list thing on my list for a while. Driving a car over 100 on the Bonneville Salt Flats. Let's see if we can actually do it today. Is that a piece of trash? What is it? Okay, let's see if this car has crap on it. It might be that it's too soggy or something. I don't know. No, they got a nice car. They said, nope, screw it. I can see even more mountains. I wonder how many people are actually going to be racing today. I see little dots on the horizon. You really can see for a while. This guy went on the Salt Flats. It's got a heavy vehicle. New York tag on that Jeep. She begins. Okay, there's all this crappy stuff that I don't even want to even try. See that stuff? That looks like a no-go. And then okay. Bureau of Management. Well, there's people driving on it. I want to see what these people are going to do. Okay, pausing. Hey, here goes nothing. Bonneville Salt Flats. The guy said to stay on the blue line, and it's dry. We're going to do this puppy. Looks good. Okay. This is the driver camera. Driver reaction camera. And then we got the front camera going. So here's the driver reaction camera, and I got the front camera going. We're gonna go 100 on the Bonneville Salt Flats. It's happening. Okay, we just gotta ease our way down here. There we go. Okay, we're officially on the salt flats. Test it out a little bit. Stay in the blue line. Let her peel. Okay. A little bumpy. Going 27. Getting smoother. Here comes the speed. I'm hitting it. Oh, this goes fast. 66. 71. 78, 80. You're not going any faster. Oh, I gotta get it over 86. Oh, I don't want to go any faster. That just feels wrong. I lost the blue line. My heart's pounding. Oh, that feels so wrong. Guys, this is fun. You gotta do this. Okay. I'm just gonna casually drive. Where's the blue line? I lost the blue line. There's people over this way. Oh, this is fun. Totally worth it. Oh, this is so wild. No one understands why I want to come out here, but it's like you're driving on salt. Like, it's not a road, and I went over 90. It's dry too. There's a section of it you wouldn't want to get out on. Guy's enjoying himself over there. This section isn't as flat. I might want to turn around and find my black line again. Gotta be careful too because, or blue line, because you can get lost. Okay, what I might do is go back kind of easy over there and hit it again and hit it harder. Man, I gotta tell you, my heart was pounding. Where is my blue line? There's a truck over there, isn't it? We might have us a little picnic out here. Even though it's 93. Well, 93 is not. For out here, that's not bad. Okay, it's smoother here. Okay, there's a blue line. Okay, I'm back on the blue line smooth zone. I could probably hit it a little bit harder. 31. It's pretty smooth right here. Okay, we've got to get it over 100. I don't understand how people go 150 out here. Like, that's so stinking scary to me. Okay, blue line, and we're gonna just hit it. This should give me a couple miles of... Okay, there's a motorcycle in front of me. The blue car. Gotta be careful of the people not wanting to go very fast. Dude, you can go faster. I went 80, over 80. Everyone's wanting to be safe. That's cute. It's really smooth, like right along this blue line, like it's smoother than the interstate. Or just as smooth on a nice interstate. Okay, we're back at the blue line. I'm gonna give this guy 1 minute to get ahead of me. I'm about to send it. There's another guy behind me. We're gonna send it. Yeah! We're up to 60, 70. I'm flooring it. 80. Flooring it. It's not wanting to go over 100. Man, I floored it though. I'm catching up to this guy now. We'll pass him on the left. Dude, what are you doing? You can send it. I don't get it. Why does he not want to go fast? Go off this way. I think we're losing the blue line again. Let's do a little more exploring. Okay, I'm going forward. Man, you gotta remember your headings out here. I'm headed northeast. Like, cause there's no, the blue line's gone. I think they smooth it out like every third week or something. I was reading on something online how the club comes out and does their racing like the third week or whatever. This is true freedom out here. You just gotta come experience it. Man, I was flooring this thing. It doesn't want to go up to 100. I don't have enough time to make it go 100. I could probably get it over 100, but the fact that I got it near 90, I was definitely over 80 both times. Man, that first time, the heart just goes crazy. Ah. At least I got to do this, even though I'm sick. Coming out quite far. I just keep my same heading, northeast. I should be fine. Okay, we're starting to get out into a little more interesting out here. I don't have a four-wheel drive vehicle, so I don't know I don't know how far out I want to go. Someone started a fire out here. Is that wind? A little bit of wind. Okay, we need to pull over and do some drone stuff. I want to get kind of near the blue line. Because this part hadn't flattened out, and the horror stories I was reading online about this, we're just lucky it hasn't rained. Maybe not lucky for the locals, but... Sun tanning. Great place to get some sun. That's what you're wanting. Man, is no one else gonna send it? I haven't seen anyone else just speeding off. Okay, where is my little blue line? I might have to wash this car. I still care about the car, even though it's a rental. This is a smoother section over here. My blue line's gotta be around here somewhere. Oh, there's the blue line. Yeah, this is a smooth section. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. I'm going to pull off the blue line area because people are gonna want to send it. This all through here has been smooth, except that right there. We don't want to be right there. And we are going to point this that way toward the front. I'm gonna let that just roll. I'm gonna cut this camera off, get the drone in the air, and we're gonna drone some fun stuff around here. Okay, this is our last run at the Bonneville Salt Flats. We're gonna run back to the gate. Probably won't go super fast, but I want y'all to enjoy the drive. So there we go. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Start your engines. We're gonna go over to the blue line. If the blue line exists this far out. Oh, we got it up to 70. I didn't know what that was, so I slowed her down there. Kind of Richmond over here. There's that blue line. Real smooth here. Nearing the ending here. You can see where people have put the brakes on and done some donut-y things. Okay, let's send it. One last time. 3, 2, 1. That's plenty fast for now. 70. There's people around. I don't want to hit him. Following the blue line. There's this weird curve thing right here. Starts to fade. Okay, sending it one last time home. Car coming. One last little bump there. And then we're gonna start braking. Get on this side of the blue line. Lower down a bit. I'm gonna make it obvious I'm going this way. so they can do what they're gonna do. Okay, now we just gotta get over this little hump. I'm gonna wait till this car does it. Oh, there's a little ramp over here. Didn't even notice this. This is helpful. There we go. Bonneville Salt Flats, baby. Oh, I don't want to go 45. What do you mean you gotta go 45 on this road? That's crazy. This is Salt Lake City. Coming into Salt Lake City on I-80 from the west.
Speed check reported ahead on I-80 East.
Oh, there's a little plane coming in. That was the airport I was supposed to fly it out of in 3 days. There's a dust devil. It looks like it's in Salt Lake up here. You see that on the camera?
In 2 miles, take exit 117 onto I-215 and belt route toward Provo.
There's a good view of downtown. Looks like we're going to be skirting downtown. Which is fine with me because I think there's traffic up here. There's another plane. Literally the runway is right to my left. That was cool. Get to see the Frontier plane land right now. Wow.
right lane to take exit 117 onto I-215 and belt route toward Provo. Take the exit, then keep right to merge onto I-215 south toward Provo. Use the right lane to keep right to merge onto I-215 south toward Provo. Keep right.
That dust devil just dissipated. But we're gonna be going right under it, okay? Close to it. Salt Lake City downtown is to my left. Provo is to my south, in front of me.
In about 10 miles, take exit 12 to merge onto I-15 toward Las Vegas.
Alright, let's go. Whoa. Paused it. Okay, that was so late. Mountains south of
Peter unties the
Salt
cord
Lake.
and flattens out the circle of silk. On the parachute sits a small metal object that I can't place. What is it? I ask. No one knows.
I'm on Highway
We pass
6.
it from hand to hand, taking turns examining it. It's a hollow metal tube, tapered slightly at one end. On the other end, a small lip curves downward. It's vaguely familiar. A part that could have fallen off a bicycle, a curtain rod, anything really. Peter blows on one end to see if it makes a sound. It doesn't. Finnick slides his pinky into it, testing it out as a weapon. Useless. Can you fish with it, Mags? I ask. Mags, who can fish with almost anything, shakes her head and grunts. I take it and roll it back and forth on my palm. Since we're allies, Hamish will be working with the District 4 mentors. He had a hand in choosing this gift. That means it's valuable. Life-saving even. I think back to last year when I wanted water so badly, but he wouldn't send it because he knew I could find it if I tried. Hamish's gifts, or lack thereof, carry weighty messages. I can almost hear him growling at me. Use your brain if you have one. What is it? I wipe the sweat from my eyes and hold the gift out in the moonlight. I move it this way and that, viewing it from different angles, covering portions and then revealing it, trying to make it divulge its purpose to me. Finally, in frustration, I jam one end into the dirt. I give up. Maybe if we hook up with BD or Wirus, they can figure it out. I stretch out, pressing my hot cheek on the grass mat, staring at the thing in aggravation. Peter rubs a tense spot between my shoulders, and I let myself relax. I wonder why this place hasn't cooled off at all now that the sun's gone down. I wonder what's going on back home. Prim, my mother, Gail, Madge. I think of them watching me from home. At least I hope they're at home. Not taken into custody by threat, being punished as sin is, as Darius is, punished because of me. Everybody. I begin to ache for them, for my district, for my woods. The decent woods with sturdy hardwood trees, plentiful food, game that isn't creepy, rushing streams, cool breezes. No, cold winds to blow this stifling heat away. I conjure up such a wind in my mind, letting it freeze my cheeks and numb my fingers. And all at once, the piece of metal half buried in the black earth has a name. A spile, I exclaim, sitting bolt upright. What? Asks Finnick. I wrestle the thing from the ground and brush it clean, cup my hand around the tapered end, concealing it, and look at the lip. Yes, I've seen one of these before. On a cold, windy day long ago when I was out in the woods with my father, inserted snugly into a hole drilled in the side of a maple. A pathway for the sap to follow as it flowed into our bucket. Maple syrup could make even our dull bread a treat. After my father died, I didn't know what happened to the handful of spiles he had, hidden out in the woods somewhere, never to be found. It's a spile, sort of like a faucet. You put it in a tree and sap comes out. I look at the sinewy green trunks around me. Well, the right sort of tree. Sap? Asks Finnick. They don't have the right kind of trees by the sea either. To make syrup, says Peter. But there must be something else inside these trees. We're all on our feet at once. Our thirst, the lack of springs, the tree rat's sharp front teeth and wet muzzle. There can only be one thing worth having inside these trees. Finnick goes to hammer the spile into the green bark of a massive tree with a rock, but I stop him. Wait, you might damage it. We need to drill a hole first, I say. There's nothing to drill with, so Mags offers her awl and Peter drives it straight into the bark, burying the spike 2 inches deep. He and Finnick take turns opening up the hole with the awl and the knives until it can hold the spile. I wedge it in carefully, and we all stand back in anticipation. At first, nothing happens. Then a drop of water rolls down the lip and lands in Mag's palm. She licks it off and holds out her hand for more. By wiggling and adjusting the spile, we get a thin stream running out. We take turns holding our mouths under the tap, wetting our parched tongues. Mags brings over a basket, and the grass is so tightly woven it holds water. We fill the basket and pass it around, taking deep gulps, and later luxuriously splashing our faces clean. Like everything here, the water's on the warm side, but this is no time to be picky. Without our thirst to distract us, we're all aware of how exhausted we are, and make preparations for the night. Last year, I always tried to have my gear ready in case of a speedy retreat in the night. This year, there's no backpack to prepare. Just my weapons, which won't leave my grasp anyway. When I think of the spile and wrest it from the tree trunk, I strip a tough vine of its leaves, thread it through the hollow center, and tie the spile securely to my belt. Finnick offers to take the first watch, and I let him, knowing it has to be one of the two of us, until Peter's rested up. I lie down beside Peter on the floor of the hut, telling Finnick to wake me when he's tired. Instead, I find myself jarred from sleep a few hours later by what seems to be the tolling of a bell. Bong, bong. It's not exactly like the one they ring in the Justice Building on New Year's, but close enough for me to recognize it. Peter and Mag sleep through it, but Finnick has the same look of attentiveness I feel. The tolling stops. I count to 12, he says. I nod. 12. What does that signify? One ring for each district? Maybe, but why? Mean anything, do you think? No idea, he says. We wait for further instructions, maybe a message from Claudius Templesmith. an invitation to a feast. The only thing of note appears in the distance. A dazzling bolt of electricity strikes a towering tree, and then a lightning storm begins. I guess it's an indication of rain, of a water source for those who don't have mentors as smart as Hamish. Go to sleep, Finnick. It's my turn to watch anyway, I say. Finnick hesitates, but no one can stay awake forever. He settles down at the mouth of the hut, one hand gripped around a trident, and drifts into a restless sleep. I sit with my bow loaded, watching the jungle, which is ghostly pale and green in the moonlight. After an hour or so, the lightning stops. I can hear the rain coming in, though, pattering on the leaves a few hundred yards away. I keep waiting for it to reach us, but it never does. The sound of the cannon startles me, although it makes little impression on my sleeping companions. There's no point in awakening them for this. Another victor dead. I don't even allow myself to wonder who it is. The elusive rain shuts off suddenly, like the storm did last year in the arena. Moments after it stops, I see the fog sliding softly in from the direction of the recent downpour. Just a reaction, cool rain, almost even brown, I think. It continues to approach at a steady pace. Tendrils reach forward and then curl like fingers as if they are pulling the rest behind them. As I watch, I feel the hairs on my neck begin to rise. Something's wrong with this fog. The progression of the front line is too uniform to be natural, and if it's not natural, a sickeningly sweet odor begins to invade my nostrils, and I reach for the others, shouting for them to wake up. In the few seconds it takes to rouse them, I begin to blister. Chapter 21. Tiny searing stabs, wherever the droplets of mist touch my skin. Run! I scream at the others. Run! Finnick snaps awake instantly, rising to counter an enemy. But when he sees the wall of fog, he tosses a still sleeping Mags onto his back and takes off. Peeta is on his feet, but not as alert. I grab his arm and begin to propel him through the jungle after Finnick. What is it? What is it? He says in bewilderment. Some kind of fog, poisonous gas. Hurry, Peeta! I urge. I can tell that however much he denied it during the day, the after effects of hitting the force field have been significant. He's slow, much slower than usual, and the tangle of vines and undergrowth, which unbalance me occasionally, trip him at every step. I look back at the wall of fog extending in a straight line as far as I can see in either direction. A terrible impulse to flee, to abandon Peeta and save myself, shoots through me. It would be so simple, to run full out, perhaps to even climb a tree above the fog line, which seems to top out at about 40 feet. I remember how I did just this when the mutations appeared in the last games, took off, and only thought of Peeta when I'd reached the cornucopia. But this time, I trap my terror, push it down, and stay by his side. This time, my survival isn't the goal. Peeta's is. I think of the eyes glued to the television screens in the districts, seeing if I will run, as the capital wishes, or hold my ground. I lock my fingers tightly into his and say, watch my feet, just try to step where I step. It helps. We seem to move a little faster, but never enough to afford a rest, and the mist continues to lap at our heels. Droplets spring free of the body of vapor. They burn, but not like fire. Less a sense of heat and more of intense pain as the chemicals find our flesh, cling to it, and burrow down through the layers of skin. Our jumpsuits are no help at all. We may as well be dressed in tissue paper for all the protection they give. Finnick, who bounded off initially, stops when he realizes we're having problems. But this is not a thing you can fight, only evade. He shouts encouragement, trying to move us along, and the sound of his voice acts as a guide, though little more. Peeta's artificial leg catches in a knot of creepers, and he sprawls forward before I can catch him. As I help him up, I become aware of something scarier than the blisters, more debilitating than the burns. The left side of his face has sagged, as if every muscle in it has died. The lid droops, almost concealing his eye. His mouth twists in an odd angle toward the ground. "Peter," I begin, and that's when I feel the spasms run up my arm. Whatever chemical laces the fog does more than burn. It targets our nerves. A whole new kind of fear shoots through me, and I yank Peter forward, which only causes him to stumble again. By the time I get him to his feet, both of my arms are twitching uncontrollably. The fog has moved in on us, the body of it less than a yard away. Something is wrong with Peter's legs. He's trying to walk, but they move in a spastic, puppet-like fashion. I feel him lurch forward and realize Finnick has come back for us and is hauling Peter along. I wedge my shoulder, which still seems under my control, under Peter's arm and do my best to keep up with Finnick's rapid pace. We put about 10 yards between us and the fog when Finnick stops. "It's no good. I'll have to carry him. Can you take Mags?" he asks me. "Yes," I say stoutly, although my heart sinks. It's true that Mags can't weigh more than about 70 pounds, but I'm not very big myself. Still, I'm sure I've carried heavier loads. If only my arms would stop jumping around. I squat down, and she positions herself over my shoulder the way she rides on Finnick. I slowly straighten my legs, and with my knees locked, I can manage her. Finnick has Peter slung across his back now, and we move forward, Finnick leading, me following in the trail he breaks through the vines. On the fog comes, silent and steady and flat, except for the grasping tendrils. Although my instinct is to run directly away from it, I realize Finnick is moving at a diagonal down the hill. He's trying to keep a distance from the gas while steering us toward the water that surrounds the cornucopia. Yes, water, I think, as the acid droplets pour deeper into me. Now I'm so thankful I didn't kill Finnick, because how would I have gotten Peter out of here alive? So thankful to have someone else on my side, even if it's only temporarily. It's not Mag's fault when I begin falling. She's doing everything she can to be an easy passenger, but the fact is, there's only so much weight I can handle. Especially now that my right leg seems to be going stiff. The first 2 times I crashed to the ground, I managed to make it back on my feet. But the third time, I cannot get my leg to cooperate. As I struggle to get up, it gives out and Mags rolls off onto the ground before me. I flail around trying to use vines and trunks to right myself. Finnick's back by my side, Peter hanging over him. "It's no use," I say. "Can you take them both? Go on ahead, I'll catch up." A somewhat doubtful proposal, but I say it with as much surety as I can muster. I can see Finnick's eyes, green in the moonlight. I can see them as clear as day, almost like a cat's, with a strange reflective quality. Maybe because they are shiny with tears. "No," he says. "I can't carry them both. My arms aren't working." It's true. His arms jerk uncontrollably at his sides. His hands are empty. Of his 3 tridents, only 1 remains, and it's in Peter's hands. "I'm sorry, Mags. I can't do it." What happens next is so fast, so senseless, I can't even move to stop it. Mags hauls herself up, plants a kiss on Finnick's lips, and then hobbles straight into the fog. Immediately, her body is seized by wild contortions, and she falls to the ground in a horrible dance. I want to scream, but my throat is on fire. I take 1 futile step in her direction when I hear the cannon blast. No, her heart has stopped, that she is dead. "Finnick!" I call out hoarsely. But he has already turned from the scene, already continued his retreat from the fog. Dragging my useless leg behind me, I stagger after him, having no idea what else to do. Time and space lose meaning as the fog seems to invade my brain, muddling my thoughts, making everything unreal. Some deep-rooted animal desire for survival keeps me stumbling after Finnick and Peter, continuing to moonlight glinting on Finnick's bronze hair, beads of searing pain peppering me, a leg turned to wood. I follow Finnick until he collapses on the ground, Peeta still on top of him. I seem to have no ability to stop my own forward motion and simply propel myself onward until I trip over their prone bodies, just one more on the heap. This is where and how and when we all die, I think. The thought is abstract and far less alarming than the current agonies of my body. I hear Finnick groan and manage to drag myself off the others. Now I can see the wall of fog, which has taken on a pearly white quality. Maybe it's my eyes playing tricks with the moonlight, but the fog seems to be transforming. Yes, it's becoming thicker, as if it is pressed up against a glass window and is being forced to condense. I squint harder and realize the fingers no longer protrude from it. In fact, it has stopped moving forward entirely. Like other horrors I have witnessed in the arena, it has reached the end of its territory. Either that or the game makers have decided not to kill us just yet. It stopped, I try to say, but only an awful croaking sound comes from my swollen mouth. It stopped, I say again. And this time I must be clearer because both Peeta and Finnick turn their heads to the fog. It begins to rise upward now as if being slowly vacuumed into the sky. We watch until it has all been sucked away and not the slightest wisp remains. Peeta rolls off Finnick, who turns over onto his back. We lie there gasping, twitching, our minds and bodies invaded by the poison. After a few minutes pass, Peeta vaguely gestures upward. Monkeys. I look up and spot a pair of what I guess are monkeys. I've never seen a live monkey. There's nothing like that in our woods at home. But I must have seen a picture or one in the games because when I see the creatures, the same word comes to my mind. I think these have orange fur, although it's hard to tell, and are about half the size of a full-grown human. I take the monkeys for a good sign. Surely they would not hang around if the air was deadly. For a while, we quietly observe one another, humans and monkeys. Then Peeta struggles to his knees and crawls down the slope. We all crawl, since walking now seems as remarkable a feat as flying. We crawl until the vines turn to a narrow strip of sandy beach, and the warm water that surrounds the cornucopia laps our faces. I jerk back as if I've touched an open flame, rubbing salt in a wound. For the first time, I truly appreciate the expression because the salt in the water makes the pain of my wounds so blinding I nearly black out. But there's another sensation of drawing out. I experiment by gingerly placing only my hand in the water. Torturous, yes, but then less so. And through the blue layer of water, I see a milky substance leaching out of the wounds on my skin. As the whiteness diminishes, so does the pain. I unbuckle my belt and strip off my jumpsuit, which is little more than a perforated rag. My shoes and undergarments are inexplicably unaffected. Little by little, one small portion of a limb at a time, I soak the poison out of my wounds. Peeta seems to be doing the same. But Finnick backed away from the water at first touch and lies face down on the sand, either unwilling or unable to purge himself. Finally, when I have survived the worst, opening my eyes underwater, sniffing water into my sinuses and snorting it out, and even gargling repeatedly to wash out my throat, I'm functional enough to help Finnick. Some feeling has returned to my leg, but my arms are still riddled with spasms. I can't drag Finnick into the water, and possibly the pain would kill him anyway. So I scoop up shaky handfuls and empty them on his fists. Since he's not underwater, the poison comes out of his wounds just as it went in wisps of fog that I take great care to steer clear of. Peeta recovers enough to help me. He cuts away Finnick's jumpsuit, Somewhere he finds 2 shells that work much better than our hands do. We concentrate on soaking Finnick's arms first, since they have been so badly damaged, and even though a lot of white stuff pours out of them, he doesn't notice. He just lies there, eyes shut, giving an occasional moan. I look around with growing awareness of how dangerous a position we're in. It's night, yes, but this moon gives off too much light for concealment. We're lucky no one's attacked us yet. We could see them coming from the cornucopia, but if all 4 careers attacked, they'd overpower us. If they didn't spot us at first, Finnick's moans would give us away soon. We've got to get more of him into the water, I whisper. But we can't put him in face first, not while he's in this condition. Peter nods to Finnick's
not a
feet.
flag person.
Each take one. Pull him 180 degrees around and start to drag him into the salt water. Just a few inches at a time. His ankles. Wait a few minutes. Up to his mid-calf. Wait. His knees. Clouds of white swirl out from his flesh and he groans. We continue to detoxify him bit by bit. What I find is that the longer I sit in the water, the better I feel. Not just my skin, but my brain and muscle control continue to improve. I can see Peter's face beginning to return to normal, his eyelid opening, the grimace leaving his mouth. Finnick slowly begins to revive. His eyes open.
Highway 6, Utah.
You'll only bring
Continued.
infection. Think it's safe to try for the water again? We make our way back to the tree Peter was tapping. Finnick and I stand with our weapons poised while he works the spile in, but no threat appears. Peter's found a good vein and the water begins to gush from the spile. We slake our thirst, let the warm water pour over our itching bodies. We fill a handful of shells with drinking water and go back to the beach. It's still night, though dawn can't be too many hours away, unless the game makers want it to be. Why don't you 2 get some rest? I say. I'll watch for a while. No, Katniss, I'd rather, says Finnick. I look in his eyes, at his face, and realize he's barely holding back tears. Max, the least I can do is give him the privacy to order. All right, Finnick, thanks, I say. I lie down on the sand with Peter, who drifts off at once. I stare into the night, thinking of what a difference a day makes. How yesterday morning Finnick was on my kill list, and now I'm willing to sleep with him with my guard. He saved Peter and let Max die, and I don't know why. Only that I can never settle the balance owed between us. All I can do at the moment is go to sleep and let him grieve in peace, and so I do. It's mid-morning when I open my eyes again. Peter's still out beside me. Above us, a mat of grass suspended on branches shields our faces from the sunlight. I sit up and see that Finnick's hands have not been idle. 2 woven bowls are filled with fresh water. A third holds a mess of shellfish. Finnick sits on the sand, cracking them open with a stone. They're better fresh, he says, ripping a chunk of flesh from a shell, popping it into his mouth. His eyes are still puffy, but I pretend not to notice. My stomach begins to growl at the smell of food, and I reach for one. The sight of my fingernails caked with blood stops me. I've been scratching my skin raw in my sleep. You know, if you scratch, you'll bring on infection, says Finnick. That's what I've heard, I say. I go into the salt water and wash off the blood, trying to decide which I hate more, pain or itching. Fed up, I stomp back onto the beach, turn my face upward, and snap. Hey, Mitch, if you're not too drunk, we could use a little something for our skin. It's almost funny how quickly the parachute appears above me. I reach up, and the tube lands squarely in my open hand. About time, I say, but I can't keep the scowl on my face. Hey, Mitch, what I wouldn't give for 5 minutes of conversation with him. I plunk down on the sand next to Finnick and screw the lid off the tube. Inside is a thick, dark ointment with a pungent smell, a combination of tar and pine needles. I wrinkle in my nose as I squeeze a glob of the medicine onto my palm and begin to massage it into my leg. A sound of pleasure slips out of my mouth as the stuff eradicates my itching. It also stains my scabby skin a ghastly gray green. As I start on the second leg, I toss the tube to Finnick, who eyes me doubtfully. "It's like you're decomposing," says Finnick. But I guess the itching wins out because after a minute, Finnick begins to treat his own skin too. Really, the combination of the scabs and the ointment looks hideous. I can't help enjoying his distress. "Poor Finnick. Is this the first time in your life you haven't looked pretty?" I say. "It must be. The sensation's completely new. How have you managed it all these years?" he asks. "Just avoid mirrors. You'll forget about it," I say. "Not if I keep looking at you," he says. We slather ourselves down, even taking turns rubbing the ointment into each other's backs where the undershirts don't protect our skin. "I'm gonna wait, Peta," I say. "No, wait," says Finnick. "Let's do it together. Put our faces right in front of his." Well, there's so little opportunity for fun left in my life. I agree. We position ourselves on either side of Peta, lean over until our faces are inches from his nose, and give him a shake. "Peta, Peta," I say in a soft, sing-song voice. His eyelids flutter open, and then he jumps like we've stabbed him. Ugh! Finnick and I fall back in the sand, laughing our heads off. Every time we try to stop, we look at Peta's attempt to maintain a disdainful expression, and it sets us off again. By the time we pull ourselves together, I'm thinking that maybe Finnick O'Dare is all right. At least not as vain or self-important as I thought. Not so bad at all, really. And just as I've come to this conclusion, a parachute lands next to us with a fresh loaf of bread. Remembering from last year how Hamish's gifts are often timed to send a message, I make a note to myself: be friends with Finnick, you'll get food. Finnick turns the bread over in his hands, examining the crust. A bit too possessively. It's not necessary. It's got that green tint from seaweed that the bread from District 4 always has. We all know it's his. Maybe he's just realized how precious it is, and that he may never see another loaf again. Maybe some memory of Max is associated with the crust. But all he says is, "This will go well with the shellfish." While I help Peta coat his skin with the ointment, Finnick deftly cleans the meat from the shellfish. We gather round and eat the delicious sweet flesh with the salty bread from District 4. We all look monstrous. The ointment seems to be causing some of the scabs to peel, but I'm glad for the medicine. Not just because it gives relief from the itching, but also because it acts as protection from that blazing white sun in the big sky. By its position, I estimate that it must be going on 10 o'clock, that we've been in the arena for about a day. 11 of us are dead, 13 alive. Somewhere in the jungle, 10 you can see. 3 or 4 are the careers. I don't really feel like trying to remember who the others are. For me, the jungle has quickly evolved from a place of protection to a sinister trap. I know at some point we'll be forced to re-enter its depths, either to hunt or be hunted, but for right now, I'm planning to stick to our little beach. And I don't hear Peta or Finnick suggesting we do otherwise. For a while, the jungle seems almost static, humming, shimmering, but not flaunting its dangers. Then, in the distance, comes screaming. Across from us, a wedge of the jungle begins to vibrate. An enormous wave crests high on the hill, topping the trees and roaring down the slope. It hits the existing seawater with such force that even though we're as far as we can get from it, the surf bubbles up around our knees, setting our few possessions afloat. Among the 3 of us, we manage to collect everything before it's carried off, except for our chemical-riddled jumpsuits, which are so eaten away no one cares if we lose them. A cannon fires. We see the hovercraft appear over the area where the wave began and pluck a body from the trees. 12, I think. The circle of water slowly calms down, having absorbed the giant wave. We rearrange our things back on the wet sand and are about to settle down when I see them. 3 figures, about 2 spokes away, stumbling onto the beach. There, I say quietly, nodding in the newcomer's direction. Peter and Finnick follow my gaze, as if by previous agreement we all fade back into the shadows of the jungle. The trio's in bad shape. You can see that right off. One is being practically dragged out by a second, and the third wanders in loopy circles as if deranged. They're a solid brick red color, as if they'd been dipped in paint and left out to dry. Who is that? Asks Peter. What? Quotations. I draw back an arrow, readying for an attack. But all that happens is that the one who is being dragged collapses on me. The dragger stamps the ground in frustration, and in an apparent fit of temper, turns and shoves the circling deranged one over. Finnick's face lights up. Joanna, he calls, and runs for the red things. Finnick? I hear Joanna's voice reply. I exchange a look with Peter. What now? I ask. We can't really leave Finnick, he says. Guess not. Come on then, I say grouchily. Because even if I'd had a list of allies, Joanna Mason would definitely not have been on it. The 2 of us tromp down the beach to where Finnick and Joanna are just meeting up. As we move in closer, I see her companions and confusion sets in. That's Beatty on the ground on his back, and Iris, who's regained her feet to continue making loops. She's got Iris and Beatty. Nuts and bolts, says Peter, equally puzzled. I've got to hear how this happened. When we reach them, Joanna's gesturing toward the jungle, talking very fast to Finnick. We thought it was rain, because of the lightning, and we were all so thirsty. But when it started coming down, it turned out to be blood. Thick, hot blood. You couldn't see, you couldn't speak without getting a mouthful. We just staggered around trying to get out of it. That's when Blight hit the force field. I'm sorry, Joanna, says Finnick. It takes a moment to place Blight. I think he was Joanna's male counterpart from District 7, but I hardly remember seeing him. Come to think of it, I don't even think he showed up for training. Yeah, well, he wasn't much, but he was from home, she says. And he left me alone with these 2. She nudges Beatty, who's barely conscious, with her shoe. He got a knife in the back at the cornucopia, and her... We all look over at Iris, who's circling around, coated in dry blood and murmuring, tick-tock, tick-tock. Yeah, we know, tick-tock. Nuts is in shock, says Joanna. This seems to draw Iris in her direction, and she careens into Joanna, who harshly shoves her to the beach. Just stay down, will you? Lay off her, I snap. Joanna narrows her brown eyes at me in hatred. Lay off her? She hisses. She steps forward before I can react and slaps me so hard I see stars. Who do you think got them out of that bleeding jungle for you? You... Finnick tosses her writhing body over his shoulder and carries her out into the water and repeatedly dunks her while she screams a lot of really insulting things at me. But I don't shoot, because she's with Finnick and because of what she said about getting them for me. What did she mean she got them for me? I asked Peter. I don't know, you did want them originally, he reminds me. Yeah, I did. Originally. But that answers nothing. I look down at Beatty's inert body. But I won't have them long unless we do something. Peter lifts Beatty up in his arms, and I take Iris by the hand, and we go back to our little beach camp. I sit Iris in the shallows so she can get washed up a bit, but she just clutches her hands together and occasionally moans, tick-tock. I unhook Beatty's belt and find a heavy metal cylinder attached to the side with a rope of vines. I can't tell what it is, but if he thought it was worth saving, I'm not going to be the one who loses it. I toss it up on the sand, Beatty's clothes are glued to him with blood, so Peeta holds him in the water while I loosen him. It takes some time to get the jumpsuit off, and then we find his undergarments are saturated with blood as well. There's no choice but to strip him naked to get him clean, but I have to say this doesn't make much of an impression on me anymore. Our kitchen table's been full of so many naked men this year.
Stay in the middle 2 lanes.
We put down Finnick's mat and lay Beatty on his stomach so we can examine his back. There's a gash about 6 inches long running from his shoulder blade to below his ribs. Fortunately, it's not too deep. He's lost a lot of blood though. You can tell by the pallor of his skin, and it's still oozing out of the wound. I sit back on my heels trying to think. What do I have to work with? Seawater. I feel like my mother when her first line of defense for treating everything was snow. I look over at the jungle. Bet there's a whole pharmacy in there if I knew how to use it. But these aren't my plans. And I think about the moss Mags gave me to blow my nose. Be right back, I tell Peeta. Fortunately, the stuff seems to be pretty common in the jungle. I rip an armful from the nearby trees and carry it back to the beach. I make a thick pad out of the moss, place it on Beatty's cut, and secure it by tying vines around his body. We get some water into him, and then pull him into the shade at the edge of the jungle. I think that's all we can do, I say. Get out. So why have they chosen Peeta to protect? What has Hamish possibly said to them? What has he bargained with to make them put Peeta's life above their own?
Highway 6.
I know my own reasons for keeping Peeta alive.
Utah.
He's my friend.
Video
This
3.
is my way to defy the Capitol to subvert its terrible games. But if I had no real ties to him, what would make me want to save him, to choose him over myself? Certainly, he is brave, but we have all been brave enough to survive the games. There is that quality of goodness that's hard to overlook, but still. And then I think of it. Peeta can do so much better than the rest of us. He can use words. He obliterated the rest of the field at both interviews. And maybe it's because of that underlying goodness that he can move a crowd, a country, to his side with a turn of a single sentence. I remember thinking that was the gift the leader of our revolution should have. Has Hamish convinced the others of this? That Peeta's tongue would have far greater power against the Capitol than any physical strength the rest of us could claim? I don't know, it still seems like a really long leap for some of the tribunes. I mean, we're talking about Joanna Mason here. But what other explanation can there be for their decided efforts to keep him alive? Katniss got that spile? Finnick asks, snapping me back to reality. I cut the vine that ties the spile to my belt and hold the metal tube out to him. That's when I hear the scream, so full of fear and pain, it ices my blood. And so familiar. I drop the spile, forget where I am or what lies ahead. Only know I must reach her, protect her. I run wildly in the direction of the voice, heedless of danger, ripping through vines and branches, through anything that keeps me from reaching her, from reaching my little sister. Chapter 24. Where is she? What are they doing to her? Prim! I cry out. Prim! Only another agonized scream answers me. How did she get here? Why is she part of the games? Prim! Vines cut into my face and arms. Creepers grab my feet, but I'm getting closer to her. Closer. Very close now. Sweat pours down my face, stinging the healing acid wounds. I pant, trying to get some use out of the warm, moist air that seems empty of oxygen. Prim makes a sound. Such a lost, irretrievable sound that I can't even imagine what they've done to evoke it. Prim! I rip through a wall of green into a small clearing, and the sound repeats directly above me. Above me? My head whips back. Do they have her up in the trees? I desperately search the branches, but see nothing. Prim! I say pleadingly. I hear her, but can't see her. Her next wail rings out, clear as a bell, and there's no mistaking the source. It's coming from the mouth of a small crested black bird, perched on a branch about 10 feet over my head. And then I understand. It's a jabberjay. I've never seen one before. I thought they no longer existed. And for a moment, as I lean against the trunk of the tree, clutching the stitch in my side, I examine it. The mutation, the forerunner, the father. I pull up a mental image of a mockingbird, fuse it with the jabberjay, and yes, I can see how they made it to make my mockingjay. There is nothing about the bird that suggests it's blood. Nothing except the horribly lifelike sounds of Grim's voice streaming from its mouth. I silence it with an arrow in its throat. The bird falls to the ground. I remove my arrow and bring its neck for good measure. Then I hurl the revolting thing into the jungle. No degree of hunger would ever tempt me to eat it. It was real to myself. The same way the mutation wolves last year weren't really the dead tribunes. It's just a sadistic trick of the game makers. Finnick crashes into the clearing to find me wiping my arrow clean with some moss. Katniss! It's okay. I'm okay. I say, although I don't feel okay. I thought I heard my sister, but the piercing shriek cuts me off. It's another voice. Not Grim's, maybe a young woman's. I don't recognize it, but the effect on Finnick is instantaneous. The color vanishes from his face, and I can actually see his pupils dilate in fear. Finnick, wait. I say, reaching out to reassure him, but he's bolted away, gone off in pursuit of the victim as mindlessly as I pursued him. Finnick! I call, but I know he won't turn back and wait for me to give a rational explanation, so all I can do is follow him. It's no effort to track him, even though he's moving so fast, since he leaves a clear, trampled path in his wake. But the bird is at least a quarter-mile away, most of it uphill, and by the time I reach him, I'm wounded. He's circling around a giant tree. The trunk must be 4 feet in diameter, and the limbs don't even begin until 20 feet up. The woman's shrieks emanate from somewhere in the foliage, but the jabberjays can see. Finnick screaming as well, over and over. Annie! Annie! He's in a state of panic and completely unreachable, so I do what I would do anyway. I scale an adjacent tree, locate the jabberjay, and take it out with an arrow. It falls straight down, landing right at Finnick's feet. He picks it up, slowly making the connection. And when I slide down to join him, he looks more despairing than ever. It's all right, Finnick. It's just a jabberjay. They're playing a trick on us, I say. It's not real. It's not real. Anna. No, it's not it. The voice was hers. Jabberjay's moving. They're here. Ready to get those screams, Katniss. He says. I can feel my own cheeks go pale as I understand his meaning. Oh, Finnick, you don't think we... Yes, I did. That's exactly what I think. He says, I have an image of men in a white room strapped to a table, unmasked, robed figures that listen those sounds from them. Somewhere they are torturing her, or did torture her to get those sounds. My knees turn to water and I sink to the ground. Finnick is trying to tell me something, but I can't hear him. What I do finally hear is another bird starting up somewhere off to my left. And this time, the voice is Gale's. Finnick catches my arm before I can run. No, it's not him. He starts pulling me downhill toward the beach. We're getting out of here. But Gale's voice is so full of pain, I can't help struggling to reach it. It's not him, Katniss. It's a mutt. Finnick shouts at me. Come on! He moves me along, half dragging, half carrying me until I can process what he said. He's right. It's just another jabberjay. I can't help Gale by chasing it down. But that doesn't change the fact that it is Gale's voice, and somewhere, sometimes, someone has made him sound like this. I stop fighting Finnick now, and like the night in the fog. I flee when I can't fight. It can only do me harm. Only this time it's my heart and not my body that's disintegrating. This must be another weapon of the clock. 4 o'clock, I guess. When the hands tick-tock onto the floor, the monkeys go home and the jabberjays go on to play. Finnick is right. Getting out of here is the only thing to do. Although there will be nothing Haymitch can send me to parachute that will help either Finnick or me recover from the birds. The birds are conflicted. I catch sight of Peeta and Joanna standing in the tree line, and I'm filled with a mixture of relief and anger. Why didn't Peeta come to help me? Why did no one come after us? Even now he hangs back, his hands raised, palms toward us, lips moving but no words reaching us. Why? The wall is so transparent. Finnick and I run smack into it and bounce back onto the jungle floor. I'm lucky. My shoulder took the worst of the impact, whereas Finnick hit face first and now his nose is gushing blood. This is why Peeta and Joanna and even Beatty, who I see sadly shaking his head behind them, have not come to our aid. An invisible barrier blocks the area in front of us. It's not a force field. You can touch the hard, smooth surface all you like. But Peeta's knife and Joanna's axe can't make a dent in it. I know without checking more than a few feet to one side that it encloses the entire 4 to 5 o'clock wedge. That we will be trapped like rats until the hour passes. Peeta presses his hand against the surface and I put my arm up to meet it, as if I can feel him through the wall. I see his lips moving, but I can't hear him. Can't hear anything outside our wedge. I try to make out what he's saying, but I can't focus, so I just stare at his face, doing my best to hang on to my sanity. Then the birds begin to arrive, one by one, perching in the surrounding branches, and a carefully orchestrated chorus of horror begins to sound. I know what's going on there.
Highway 191, headed south. I think we're getting closer to Moab. There's some cool shaped stuff in front of us.
Down here. They can only be wondering what has happened, why the wire has gone slack, or maybe even sprung back to the tree. This in itself can't be a signal to kill, can it? Surely this was just Joanna deciding the time had come to break with us. Kill me, escape from the careers, then bring Finnick into the fight as soon as possible. I don't know. I only know that I must get back to Peeta and keep him alive. It takes every ounce of will I have to push up into a sitting position and drag myself up the side of a tree to my feet. It's lucky I have something to hold on to because the jungle's tilting back and forth. Without any warning, I lean forward and vomit up the seafood feast, heaving until there can't possibly be an oyster left in my body. Trembling and slick with sweat, I assess my physical condition. As I lift up my damaged arm, blood sprays me in the face and the world makes another alarming shift. I squeeze my eyes shut and cling to the tree until things steady a little. Then I take a few careful steps to a neighboring tree, pull off some moss, and without examining the wound further, tightly bandage my arm. Definitely better not to see it. And I allow my hand to tentatively touch my head wound. It's a huge lump, but not too much blood. Obviously, I've got some internal damage, but I don't seem in danger of bleeding to death. At least not through my head. I dry my hands on moss and get a shaky grip on my bow with my damaged left leg. Secure the notch of an arrow to the string. Make my feet move up the slope. Peeta.
Hey Siri, how far am I away from Moab?
It looks like Moab, Utah is about 12 miles away by car.
Believe it. This is kind of pretty.
To keep him alive. My heart lifts a bit when I realize he must be alive because no cannon has fired. Maybe Joanna was acting alone, knowing Finnick would side with her once her intentions were clear. Although it's hard to guess what goes on between those two. I think of how he looked to her for confirmation before he agreed to help set Beatty's trap. There's a much deeper alliance based on years of friendship and who knows what else. Therefore, if Joanna has turned on me, I should no longer trust Finnick. I reach this conclusion only seconds before I hear someone running down the slope toward me. Neither PETA nor Beatty can move at this pace. I duck behind a curtain of vines, concealing myself just in time. Finnick flies by me, his skin shadowy with menacing, leaping through the undergrowth like a deer. He soon reaches the site of my attack. Must see the blood. "Joanna, Katniss!" he calls. I stay put until he goes in the direction Joanna and the couriers took. I move as quickly as I can without sending the world into a whirl. My head throbs with the rapid beat of my heart. The insects, possibly excited by the smell of blood, have increased their clicking until it's a continuous roar in my ears. No, wait. Maybe my ears are actually ringing from the hit. Until the insects shut up, it will be impossible to tell. But when the insects go silent, the lightning will start. I have to move faster. I have to get to PETA. The boom of a cannon pulls me up short. Someone has died. I know that with everyone running around armed and scared right now, it could be anybody. But whoever it is, I believe the death will trigger a kind of free-for-all out here in the night. People will kill first and wonder about their motives later. I force my legs into a run. Something snags my feet and I sprawl out on the ground. I feel it wrapping around me, entwining me in sharp fibers. A net. This must be one of Finnick's fancy nets positioned to trap me, and he must be nearby, trident in hand. I flail around for a moment, only working the web more tightly around me, and then I catch a glimpse of it in the moonlight. Confused, I lift my arm and see it's entangled in shimmering golden threads. It's not one of Finnick's nets at all, but Beatty's wire. I carefully rise to my feet and find I'm a patch of stuff that caught on a trunk on its way back to the lightning tree. Slowly, I disengage myself from the wire, step out of its reach, and continue uphill. On the good side, I'm on the right path and have not been so disoriented by the head injury as to lose my sense of direction. On the bad side, the wire has reminded me of the oncoming lightning storm. I can still hear the insects, but are they starting to fade? I keep the loops of wire a few feet to my left as a guide as I run, but take great care not to touch them. If those insects are fading and the first bolt is about to strike the tree, then all its power will come surging down that wire and anyone in contact with it will die. The tree swims into view, its trunk festooned with gold. I slow down, try to move with some stealth, but I'm really just lucky to be upright. I look for a sign of the others. No one. No one is there. PETA, I call softly. PETA. A soft moan answers me, and I whip around to find a figure lying higher up on the ground. Beatty, I exclaim. I hurry and kneel beside him. The moan must have been involuntary. He's not conscious, although I can see no wound except a gash below the crook of his elbow. I grab a nearby handful of moss and clumsily wrap it while I try to rouse him. Beatty, what's going on? Who cut you? Beatty! I shake him in the way you should never shake an injured person, but I don't know what else to do. He moans again and briefly raises a hand to ward me off. This is when I notice he's holding a knife, one PETA was carrying earlier, I think, which is wrapped loosely in wire. Perplexed, I stand and lift the wire, confirming it's attached back at the tree. It takes me a moment to remember the second, much shorter strand that Beatty wound around a branch and left on the ground before he even began his design on the tree. I thought it had some electrical significance, had been set aside to be used later, but it never was because there's probably a good 20-25 yards here. I squint hard up the hill and realize we're only a few paces from the force field. There's the telltale square, high up and to my right, just as it was this morning. What did Beatty do? Did he actually try to drive the knife into the force field the way PETA did by accident? And what's the deal with the
Arches
wire?
National Park.
Was this his backup plan? If electrifying the water failed, did he mean to send the lightning bolts?
We're coming into Moab here.
What would that do anyway? Nothing. A great deal. Fry us all. The force field must mostly be energy too, I guess. The one in the training center was invisible. This one seems to somehow mirror the jungle. But I've seen it falter when Peeta's knife struck it and when my arrows hit. The real world lies right behind it. My ears are not ringing. It was the insects after all. I know that now because they are dying out quickly and I hear nothing but the jungle sounds. Beady is useless. I can't rouse him. I can't save him. I don't know what he was trying to do with the knife and the wire, and he's incapable of explaining. The moss bandage on my arm is soaked, and there's no use fooling myself. I'm so lightheaded, I'll black out in a matter of minutes. We've got to get away from this tree and... Katniss! I hear his voice, though he's a far distance away. But what is he doing? Peeta must have figured out that everyone is hunting us by now. Katniss! I can't protect him. I can't move fast or far, and my shooting abilities are questionable at best. I do the one thing I can to draw the attackers away from him and over to me. Peeta! I scream out. Peeta, I'm here! Peeta! Yes, I will draw them in, any in my vicinity, away from Peeta and over to me and the lightning tree that will soon be a weapon in and of itself. I'm here! I'm here! He won't make it. Not with that leg in the night. He will never make it in time. Peeta! It's working. I can hear them coming. 2 of them crashing through the jungle. My knees start to give out, and I sink down next to Beady, resting my weight on my heels. My bow and arrow lift into position. If I can take them out, will be to survive the rest. Enobaria and Finnick reach the lightning tree. They can't see me. Sitting above them on the slope, my skin camouflaged in ointment. I home in on Enobaria's neck. With any luck, when I kill her, Finnick will duck behind the tree for cover, just as the lightning bolt strikes. And it will be any second. There's only a faint insect click here and there. I can kill them now. I can kill them both. Another cannon. Katniss! Peeta's voice howls for me, but this time I don't answer. Beady still breathes faintly beside me. He and I will soon die. Finnick and Enobaria will die. Peeta is alive. 2 cannons have sounded Brutus, Joanna, Chaff. 2 of them are already dead. That will leave Peeta with only 1 tribute to kill, and that is the very best I can do. 1 enemy. 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 The word is tugging at a recent memory, pulling it into the present. The look on Haymitch's face. Katniss, when you're in the arena. The scowl, the misgiving. What? I hear my own voice tighten as I bristle at some unspoken accusation. You just remember who the enemy is, Haymitch says. That's all. Haymitch's last words of advice to me. Why would I need reminding? I have always known who the enemy is, who starves and tortures and kills us in the arena, who will soon kill everyone I love. My bow drops as his meaning registers. Yes, I know who the enemy is.
Moab, Utah.
I finally see Beady's knife with clear eyes. My shaking hands slide the wire from the hilt, wind it around the arrow just above the feathers, and secure it with a knot picked up in training. I rise, turning to the force field, fully revealing myself but no longer caring. Only caring about where I should direct my tip, where Beady would have driven the knife if he'd been able to choose. My bow tilts up at the wavering square, the flow.
Let's pause that. Let's watch this. Bunch of Jeeps that you can rent and stuff. I think we're coming into the downtown. Bunch of... Are those Forerunners? I don't know what those were. older. Back of Beyond Books, Desert Wild, Rain Dance. Man, that everyone. Oh, there's cute little shops. Red Rock Trading. Everyone wants to be down here. Arches Trading Post. I'm not gonna give me room to get in. Really? What the heck? Straighten up. This looks like a good place to get a couple t-shirts. So we will. Out of Moab, some pretty crap.
He slides my eyelids shut, sentencing me to the vulnerability of darkness. They can do anything to me now, and I will not even see it coming. My heart pounds so hard the blood begins to stream from beneath my soaked moss bandage.
Hole in the rock.
Possibly I can bleed to death before they can revive me after all. In my mind, I whisper a thank you to Joanna Mason for the excellent wound she inflicted as I black out. When I swing back into semi-consciousness, I can feel I'm lying on a padded table. There's the pinching sensation of tubes in my left arm. They're trying to keep me
Someone has a vehicle
privately into death
up there.
and a victory. I'm still
I think
largely
that's
unable
there
to
all the
move,
time,
open
maybe.
my eyelids, raise my head, while my right arm has regained a little motion. It flops across my body, feeling like a flipper. No, something less animated, like a club. I have no real motor coordination, no proof that I even still have fingers. Yet I manage to swing my arm around until I rip the tubes out. The beeping goes off, but I can't stay awake to find out who wins. The next time I surface, my hands are tied down to the table, the tubes back in my arm. I can open my eyes and lift my head slightly, though. I'm in a large room with low ceilings and a silvery light. There are 2 rows of beds facing each other. I can hear the breathing of what I assume are my fellow victors. Directly across from me, I see Beatty with about 10 different machines hooked up to him. Just let us die. I scream in my mind. I slam my head back hard on the table and go out again. When I finally truly wake up, the restraints are gone. I raise my hand and find I have fingers that can move at my command again. I push myself to a sitting position and hold on to the padded table until the room settles into focus. My left arm is bandaged, but the tubes dangle off stands by the bed. I'm alone, except for Beatty, who still lies in front of me, being sustained by his army of machines. Where are the others then? Pia, Finnick, and Owaria, and one more, right? Either Joanna or Chaff or Brutus was still alive when the bombs began. I'm sure they'll want to make an example of us all. Where have they taken them? Moved them from hospital to prison? I whisper. I so wanted to protect him. I'm still resolved to. Since I have failed to keep him safe in life, I must find him, kill him now before the capital gets to choose the agonizing means of his death. I slide my legs off the table and look around for a weapon. There are a few syringes sealed in and sterile plastic on the table near Beatty's bed. Perfect. All I'll need is air and a clear shot at one of his veins. I pause for a moment, consider killing Beatty. If I do, the monitors will start beeping and I'll be caught before I get to Peta. I made a silent promise to return and finish him off if I can. I'm naked except for a thin nightgown, so I slip the syringe under the bandage that covers the wound on my arm. There are no guards at the door. No doubt I'm miles beneath the training center or in some capital stronghold, and the possibility of my escape is non-existent. It doesn't matter. I'm not escaping, just finishing a job. I creep down a narrow hallway to a metal door that stands slightly ajar. Someone is behind it. I take out the syringe and grip it in my hand, flattening myself against the wall. I listen to the voices inside. Communications are down in 7, 10, and 12, but 11 has control of transportation now. So there's at least a hope of them getting some food out. Plutarch Heavensby, I think. Although I've only really spoken with him once. A hoarse voice asks a question. No, I'm sorry. There's no way I can get you to 4, but I've given special orders for her retrieval if possible. It's the best I can do, Finnick. Finnick? My mind struggles to make sense of the conversation, of the fact that it's taking place between Plutarch Heavensby and Finnick. Is he near and dear to the capital? Against his crimes? Or do you really have no idea what something else. Something heavy with despair. Don't be stupid. That's the worst thing you could do. Get her killed for sure. As long as you're alive, they'll keep her alive for bait. Says Haymitch. Says Haymitch. I bang through the door and stumble into the room. Haymitch, Plutarch, and a very beat-up Finnick sit around a table laid with a meal no one is eating. Daylight streams in the curved windows, and in the distance, I see the top of a forest of trees. We are flying. Done knocking yourself out, sweetheart? Says Haymitch, the annoyance clear in his voice. But as I careen forward, he steps up and catches my wrists, steadying me. He looks at my hand. So it's you and a syringe against the capital? See, this is why no one lets you make the plans. I stare at him uncomprehendingly. Drop it. I feel the pressure increase on my right wrist until my hand is forced to open, and I release the syringe. He settles me in a chair next to Finnick. Plutarch puts a bowl of broth in front of me, a roll, slips a spoon into my hand. He says in a much kinder voice than Haymitch used. Haymitch sits directly in front of me. Katniss, I'm going to explain what happened. I don't want you to ask any questions until I'm through. Do you understand? I nod numbly, and this is what he tells me. There was a plan to break us out of the arena from the moment the quell was announced. The victor tributes from 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 11 had varying degrees of knowledge about it. Plutarch Heavensby has been, for several years, part of an undercover group aiming to overthrow the capital. He made sure the wire was among the weapons. Beatty was in charge of blowing a hole in the force field. The bread we received in the arena was code for the time of the rescue. The district went
We're going to the balcony house. It is 10 miles from here. We're at Mesa Verde National Park. Wonder if we'll see a bear again today. Looks like there might have been a bad fire through here. Balcony house, take a left. Should make just a giant loop. I don't know what that little thing was back there. Here's the loop section. Okay, we're getting close. Navajo Canyon Overlook. For a second. Can't let it fart too much.
And you're still not sorry.
Square-toed house parking. Houses and pueblos. Mesa top sites. Sun Point Pueblo. We'll have to go back through here after our deal. Sun Point View. Ooh, that's cool looking. Oak tree house. Went past the balcony house. Fire Temple, new firehouse. Sun Temple Museum. Okay, let's look here. I should have turned at that deal. Darn it. Okay, let's go back. I missed a sign or something. Oh, that's cool. It's the famous shot. Balcony house. wasn't a bad fire. Cliff Palace. Cliff Palace overlooks interior. Should be on the opposite side. There are little indents in the cliff. Oh, we only have 3 minutes to get our crap together. Ah, that wrong turn messed me up. Seems like I'm gonna see everything but the balcony house today. Come on. was gonna have extra time. Balcony house parking. That must be the Ranger. Okay. We just passed where the lodge is, the Farview Lodge. We're on the Park Road. We're descending. Descending the canyon, taking the canyon down. I saw the bear somewhere around over here last night. Out to my left is like, woo! We're pretty high up. I think they said something like 8,000 feet. 7,000 to 8,000 feet up here. There's a bad fire, so the burning you're seeing is, I think he said 2003. So it's old burn, or getting to be kind of older burn. Pretty view out to my left. That is quite the view. In fact, whoop! Oh, the trees block it. Oh well. look at that. That's pretty. Pretty. You can see some of the Durango Mountains out that way. 12,000 plus. Ooh, that's a pretty picture. I'm glad I get to see this in the daytime today. So pretty. gotta come down. It's 82 up here, I bet it's like 95 down there. Look how pretty that is. Okay, going down to brake on this one a little bit. tunnel. We get to do the tunnel again. See if we can hear the echo. Ah! A little bit. They had the lights on last night in the tunnel. Or was it? I don't remember. I don't know if there's mountains in the back. Okay, we are outside the national park. That was a good park. Well, we need to figure out what else we're gonna do. Headed to Durango.
Then I remember that many of these people probably lost their homes in the bombings. Sweat begins to run down my back, fill my palms. I breathe through my mouth in an attempt to diminish the smell. Black spots swim across my field of vision, and I think there's a really good chance I could faint. Then I catch sight of Paler, who's watching me so closely, waiting to see what I am made of. If any of them have been right to think they can count on me. So I let go of Gale and force myself to move deeper into the warehouse, to walk into the narrow strip between two rows of beds. Katniss, a voice croaks out from my left, breaking apart from the general din. Katniss. A hand reaches for me out of the haze. I cling to it for support. Attached to the hand is a young woman with an injured leg. Blood has seeped through the heavy bandages, which are crawling with flies. Her face reflects her pain, but something else too. Something that seems completely incongruous with her situation. Is it really you? Yeah, it's me. I get out. Joy. That's the expression on her face. At the sound of my voice, it brightens, erases the suffering momentarily. You're alive. We didn't know. People said you were, but we didn't know, she says excitedly. I got pretty banged up, but I got better, I say. Just like you will. I've got to tell my brother. The woman struggles to sit up and calls to someone a few beds down. Eddie, she's here. It's Katniss Everdeen. A boy, probably about 12 years old, turns to us. Bandages obscure half of his face. The side of his mouth, I can see, opens as if to utter an exclamation. I go to him, push his damp brown curls back from his forehead, murmur a greeting. He can't speak, but his one good eye fixes on me with such intensity, as if he's trying to memorize every detail of my face. I hear my name rippling through the hot air, spreading out into the hospital. Katniss Everdeen! The sounds of pain and grief begin to recede, to be replaced by words of anticipation. From all sides, voices beckon me. I begin to move, clasping the hands extended to me, touching the sound parts of those unable to move their limbs, saying hello, how are you, good to meet you. Nothing of importance, no amazing words of inspiration, but it doesn't matter. Boggs is right. It's the sight of me, alive, that is the inspiration. Hungry fingers devour me, wanting to feel my flesh. As a stricken man clutches...
In 1 mile, keep right onto US 160 East.
Thank you to Dalton for suggesting I wash off the makeup. How ridiculous. How perverse I would feel presenting that painted capital mask to these people. The damage, the fatigue, the imperfections. That's how they recognize me. Why I belong to them. Despite his controversial interview with Caesar, many ask about PETA.
Hey Siri, what town am I in?
You're at 21516 US 160, Durango, Colorado.
Ah, I am in Durango.
Use the right lane to keep right onto US 160 East. Keep right.
We've developed a system of dividing the birds so we don't both target the same ones. I get the far side of the V, Gale takes the near, and we alternate shots at the front bird. There's no time for further discussion. I estimate the lead time on the hoverplanes and let my arrow fly. I catch the inside wing of one, causing it to burst into flames. Gale just misses the point plane. A fire blooms on an empty warehouse roof across from us. He swears under his breath. The hoverplane I hit swerves out of formation, but still releases its bombs. It doesn't disappear, though. Neither does one other I assume was hit by gunfire. The damage must prevent the sight shield from reactivating. Good shot, says Gale. I wasn't even aiming for that one, I mutter. I set my sights on the plane in front of it. We're faster than we think. Positions! Haler shouts. The next wave of hoverplanes is appearing already. Fire's no good, Gale says. I nod, and we both load explosive-tipped arrows. Those warehouses across the way look deserted anyway. As the planes sweep silently in, I make another decision. I'm standing, I shout to Gale, and rise to my feet. This is the position I get the best accuracy from. I lead earlier and score a direct hit on the point plane, blasting a hole in its belly. Gale blows the tail off a second. It flips and crashes into the street, setting off a series of explosions as its cargo goes off. Without warning, a third V formation unveils. This time, Gale squarely hits the point plane. I take the wing off the second bomber, causing it to spin into the one behind it. Together, they collide into the roof of the warehouse across from the hospital. A fourth goes down from gunfire. All right, that's it, Haler says. Flames and heavy black smoke from the wreckage obscure our view. Did they hit the hospital? Must have, she says grimly. As I hurry toward the ladders at the far end of the warehouse, the sight of Masala and one of the insects emerging from behind an air duct surprises me. I thought they'd still be hunkered down in the alley. You're growing on me, says Gale. I scramble down a ladder. When my feet hit the ground, I find a bodyguard, Cressida, and the other insect waiting. I expect resistance, but Cressida just waves me toward the hospital. She's yelling, I don't care, Plutarch. Just give me 5 more minutes. Not one to question a free pass, I take off into the street. Oh no, I whisper as I catch sight of the hospital. What used to be the hospital. I move past the wounded, past the burning plane wrecks, fixated on the disaster ahead of me. People screaming, running about frantically, but unable to help. The bombs have collapsed the hospital roof and set the building on fire, effectively trapping the patients within. A group of rescuers has assembled, trying to clear a path to the inside, but I already know what they will find. If the crushing debris and the flames didn't get them, the smoke did. Gale's at my shoulder. The fact that he does nothing only confirms my suspicions. Miners don't abandon an accident until it's hopeless. Come on, Katniss. Hamish says they can get a hovercraft in first now. He tells me, but I can't seem to move. Why would they do that? Why would they target people who are already dying? I ask him. Scare others off? Prevent the wounded from seeking help? Says Gale. Those people you met, they were expendable. To Snow, anyway. If the Capitol wins, what will it do with a bunch of damaged slaves? I remember all those years in the woods, listening to Gale rant against the Capitol. Me not paying close attention. Wondering why he even bothered to dissect its motives. Why thinking like our enemy would ever matter. Clearly, it could have mattered today. When Gale questioned the existence of the hospital, he was not thinking of disease, but this. Because he never underestimates the cruelty of those we face. I slowly turn my back to the hospital and find Cressida, flanked by the insects, standing a couple of yards in front of me. Her manners unrattled. Cool, even. Katniss, she says. President Snow just had them air the bombing live. Then he made an appearance to say that this was his way of sending a message to the rebels. What about you? Would you like to tell the rebels anything? Yes, I whisper. The red blinking light on one of the cameras catches my eye. I know I'm being recorded. Yes, I say more forcefully. Everyone is drawing away from me, Gale, Cressida, the insects, giving me the stage. But I stay focused on the red light. I want to tell the rebels that I am alive, that I'm right here in District 8, where the Capitol has just bombed a hospital full of unarmed men, women, and children. There will be no survivors. The shock I've been feeling begins to give way to fury. I want to tell people that if you think for 1 second the Capitol will treat us fairly, if there's a ceasefire, you're deluding yourself. Because you know who they are and what they do. My hands go out automatically as if to indicate the whole horror around me. This is what they do, and we must fight back. I'm moving in toward the camera now, carried forward by my rage. President Snow says he's sending us a message? Well, I have one for him. You can torture us and bomb us and burn our districts to the ground. But do you see that? One of the cameras follows as I point to the planes burning on the roof of the warehouse across from us. The Capitol seal on a wing glows clearly through the flames. Fire is catching! I am shouting now, determined that he will not miss a word. And if we burn, you burn with us. My last words hang in the air. I feel suspended in time, held aloft in a cloud of heat that generates not from my surroundings, but from my own being. Cut! Cressida's voice snaps me back to reality, extinguishes me. She gives me a nod of approval. That's a wrap. Chapter 8. Boggs appears and gets a firm lock on my arm that I'm not planning on running now. I look over at the hospital, just in time to see the rest of the structure give way, and the fight goes out of me. All those people, the hundreds of wounded, the relatives, the medics, the team, are no more. I turn back to Boggs, see the swelling on his face left by Gale's boot. I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure his nose is broken. His voice is more resigned than angry, though. Back to the landing strip. I obediently take a step forward and wince as I become aware of the pain behind my right knee. The adrenaline rush that overrode the sensation has passed, and my body parts join in a chorus of complaints. I'm banged up and bloody, and someone seems to be hammering on my left temple from inside my skull. Boggs quickly examines my face, then scoops me up and jogs for the runway. Halfway there, I puke on his bulletproof vest. It's hard to tell because he's short of breath, but I think he sighs. A small hovercraft, different from the one that transported us here, waits on the runway. The second my team's on board, we take off. No comfy seats and windows this time. We seem to be in some sort of cargo craft. Boggs does emergency first aid on people to hold them until we get back to 13.
In about 10 miles, keep left onto Pagosa Street.
Vomit on it as well, but it's too cold to think about it. I lie on the floor with my head in Gale's lap. The last thing I remember is Boggs sweating a couple of lap sacks over me. When I wake up, I'm warm and patched up in my old bed in the hospital. My mother's there checking my vital signs. How do you feel? A little beat up, but alright, I say. No one even told us you were going into your home. She says, I feel a pang of guilt. Your families had to send you off twice to the Hunger Games. This isn't the kind of detail you should overlook. I'm sorry. They weren't expecting the attack. I was just supposed to be visiting the patients, I explained. Next time, I'll have them clear it with you. Goodness, no one clears anything with me. she says. It's true. Even I don't. Not since my father died. Why pretend? Well, I'll have them notify you. On the bedside table is a piece of shrapnel they removed from my leg. The doctors are more concerned with the damage my brain might have suffered from the explosions, since my concussion hadn't fully healed to begin with. I don't have double vision or anything, and I can think clearly enough. I slept right through the late afternoon and night, and I'm starving. My breakfast is disappointingly small, just a few cubes of bread soaking in warm milk. I've been called down to an early morning meeting at command. We start to get up, and then realize they plan to roll my hospital bed directly there. I want to walk, but that's out, so I negotiate my way into a wheelchair. I feel fine, really, except for my head, and my leg, and the soreness from the bruises, and the nausea that hit a couple minutes after I leave. Maybe the wheelchair's a good idea. As they wheel me down, I begin to get uneasy about what I will face. Gail and I directly disobeyed orders yesterday, and Boggs has the injury to prove it. Surely there will be repercussions. Or will they go so far as annulling our agreement for the victor's immunity? Have I stripped PETA of what little protection I could give him? When I get to command, the only ones who've arrived are Cressida, Masala, and the insects. Masala beams and says, "There's our little star." And the others are smiling so genuinely that I can't help but smile in return. They impressed me in aid, following me onto the roof during the bombing, making Plutarch back off so they could get the footage they wanted. They more than do their work, they take pride in it, like Senna. I have a strange thought that if we were in the arena together, I would pick them as allies. Cressida, Masala, and I have to stop calling you the insects, he blurred out to the cameraman. I explained how I didn't know their names, but their suits suggested the shelled creatures. The comparison doesn't seem to bother them. Even without the camera shells, they strongly resemble each other. Same sandy hair, red beards, and blue eyes. The one with close-bitten nails introduces himself as Castor, and the other, who's his brother, as Pollux. I wait for Pollux to say hello, but he just nods. At first, I think he's shy or a man of few words, but something tugs on me. The position of his lips, the extra effort he takes to swallow. And I know before Castor tells me. Pollux is an Avox. They have cut out his tongue and he will never speak again. And I no longer have to wonder what made him risk everything to help bring down the Capitol. As the room fills, I brace myself for a less congenial reception. But the only people who register any kind of negativity are Hamish, who's always out of sorts, and a sour-faced Fulvia Cardew. Boggs wears a flesh-colored plastic mask from his upper lip to his brow. I was right about the broken nose, so his expression's hard to read. Coyne and Gale are in the midst of some exchange that seems positively chummy. When Gale slides into the seat next to my wheelchair, I say, "Making new friends." His eyes flicker to the president and back. "Well, one of us has to be accessible." He touches my temple gently. "How do you feel?" He must have served stewed garlic and squash from the breakfast vegetable. The more people who gather, the stronger the fumes are. The stomach turns and the lights suddenly seem too bright. I say. For a 7-year-old, though, especially one who made her own rope necklaces. It wasn't like hanging with something that only happened in a story. Plenty of people were.
At the next stop sign, turn left.
You can bet she didn't want me singing it in front of my music class. She probably wouldn't like me doing it here, or Alex even. But at least I'm not. Wait, no, I'm wrong. As I glance sideways, I see Castor has been taping me. Everyone is watching me intently. And Pollux has tears running down his cheeks because no doubt my freaky song has dredged up some terrible incident in his life.
At the stop sign, turn left onto State Road 17.
Sigh and lean back against the trunk. That's when the mockingjays begin their rendition of the hanging tree. In their mouths, it's quite beautiful. Conscious of being filmed, I stand quietly until I hear Cressida call, "Cut!" Plutarch crosses to me laughing.
For about 49 miles, continue straight.
No one would believe it if we made it up. He throws an arm around me and kisses me on the top of the head with a loud smack. "You're golden." I wasn't doing it for the cameras, I say. "Lucky they were on then," he says. "Come on, everybody back to town." As we trudge back through the woods, we reach a boulder, and both Gail and I turn our heads in the same direction, like a pair of dogs catching a scent on the wind. Cressida notices and asks what lies that way. We admit, without acknowledging each other, it's our old hunting rendezvous place. She wants to see it even after we tell her it's nothing, really. Nothing but a place where I was happy, I think. Our rock ledge overlooking the valley, perhaps a little less green than usual, but the blackberry bushes hang heavy with fruit. Here began countless days of hunting and snaring, fishing and gathering, roaming together through the woods, unloading our thoughts while we filled our game bags. This was the doorway to both sustenance and sanity, and we were each other's key. There's no District 12 to escape from now, no peacekeepers to trick, no hungry mouths to feed. The capital took away all of that, and I'm on the verge of losing Gail as well. The glue of mutual need that bonded us so tightly together for all these years is melting away. Dark patches, not light, show in the schedule and take a nap in the supply closet. I come to, crawling out from between the boxes of chalk and pencils. It's dinner time again. I get an extra large portion of pea soup, and I'm headed back to compartment E when Boggs intercepts me. "There's a meeting in command. Disregard my current schedule," he says. "Done," I say. "Did you follow it at all today?" he asks in exasperation. Who knows? I'm mentally disoriented. I hold up my wrist to show my medical bracelet and realize it's gone. See, I can't even remember they took my bracelet. Why do they want me in command? Did I miss something? I think Cressida wanted to show you the 12 problems, but I guess you'll see them when they air. He says, "That's what I need a schedule of, when the propos air." I slip. He shoots me a look but doesn't comment further. People have crowded into command, but they've saved me a seat between Finnick and Plutarch. The screens are already up on the table showing the regular capital feed. "What's going on? Are we seeing the 12 propos?" I ask. "Oh, no," says Plutarch. "I mean, possibly. I don't know exactly what footage BD plans to use." "BD thinks he's found a way to break into the feed nationwide," says Finnick. "So then our propos will air in the capital too." He's down working on it in special defense now. There's live programming tonight. Snow's making an appearance or something. I think it's starting. The capital seal appears, underscored by the anthem. Then I'm staring directly into President Snow's snake eyes as he greets the nation. He seems barricaded behind his podium, but the white rose in his lapel is in full view. The camera pulls back to include PETA, off to one side in front of a projected map of Pan Am. He's sitting in an elevated chair, his shoes supported by a metal rung. The foot of his prosthetic leg taps out a strange, irregular bead. Beads of sweat have broken through the layer of powder on his upper lip and forehead. It's the look in his eyes, angry yet unfocused, that frightens me the most. "He's worse," I whisper. Finnick grasps my hand to give me an anchor, and I try to hang on. PETA begins to speak in a frustrated tone about the need for the ceasefire. He highlights the damage done to key infrastructure in various districts, and as he speaks, parts of the map light up, showing images of the destruction. A broken dam in 7, a derailed train with a pool of toxic waste spilling from the tank cars, a granary collapsing after a fire. All of these he attributes to rebel action. Bam! Without warning, I'm suddenly on television, standing in the rubble of the bakery. Plutarch jumps to his feet. He did it! Beatty broke in! The room's buzzing with reaction when Peeta's back, distracted. He has seen me on the monitor. He tries to pick up his speech by moving on to the bombing of a water purification plant, when a clip of Finnick talking about Rue replaces him. And then the whole thing breaks down into a broadcast battle as the Capitol Techmasters try to fend off Beatty's attack. But they are unprepared, and Beatty, apparently anticipating he would not hold on to control, has an arsenal of 5 to 10 second clips to work with. We watch the official presentation deteriorate as it's peppered with choice shots from the
Oh, a lot
puppets.
of sheep.
Plutarch's in spasms of delight, and most everybody is cheering Beatty on, but Finnick remains still and speechless beside me. I meet Hamish's
This is the
eyes
drive
from
from
across the
Chama
room and
to
see my own dread near his back.
Antonitta.
The recognition that with every cheer, Peeta slips even farther from our grasp. The Capitol seals back up, accompanied by a flat audio tone. This lasts about 20 seconds before Snow and Peeta return. The set is in turmoil. We're hearing frantic exchanges from their booth. Snow plows forward, saying that clearly the rebels are now attempting to disrupt the dissemination of information they find incriminating. But both
It's a bunch
truth
of
and
aspens.
justice will reign.
This would
The
be
full
pretty
broadcast will resume when security has
in
been
October.
reinstated. He asks Peeta if, given tonight's demonstration, he has any parting thoughts for Katniss Everdeen. At the mention of my name, Peeta's face contorts in effort. Katniss, how do you think this will end? What will be left? No one is safe. Not in the capital, not in the districts. And you, in 13... He inhales sharply,
I'm back in
as if fighting
Colorado.
for air. His eyes look insane. Dead by morning. Off camera, Snow orders, end it. Beatty throws the whole thing into chaos by flashing a still shot of me standing in front of the hospital at 3-second intervals. But between the images, we are privy to the real-life action being played out on the set. Peeta's attempt to continue speaking. The camera knocked down to record the white tiled floor, the scuffle of boots, the impact of the blow that's inseparable from Peeta's cry of pain, and his blood as it splatters the tiles. Part 2. The Assault. Chapter 10. The scream begins in my lower back and works its way up through my body only to jam in my throat. I am avox mute, choking on my grief. Even if I could release the muscles in my neck, let the sound tear into space, would anyone notice it? The room's in an uproar. Questions and demands ring out as they try to decipher Peeta's words. And you, in 13, dead by morning. Yet no one is asking about the messenger whose blood has been replaced by static. A voice calls the others to attention. Shut up! Every pair of eyes falls on Haymitch. It's not some big mystery. The boy's telling us we're about to be attacked here in 13. How would he have that information? Why should we trust him? How do you know? Haymitch gives a growl of frustration. They're beating him bloody while we speak. What more do you need? Katniss, help me out here. I have to give myself a shake to free my words. Haymitch is right. I don't know where Peeta got the information, or if it's true, but he believes it is, and I can't say aloud what Snow's doing to him. You don't know him, Haymitch says to Coin. We do. Get your people ready. The president doesn't seem alarmed, only somewhat perplexed by this turn in events. She mulls over the words, tapping one finger lightly on the rim of the control board in front of her. When she speaks, she addresses Haymitch in an even voice. Of course, we have prepared for such a scenario, although we have decades of support for the assumption that further direct attacks on 13 would be counterproductive to the Capitol's cause. Nuclear missiles would release radiation into the atmosphere with incalculable environmental results. Even routine bombing could badly damage our military compound, which we know they hope to regain. And of course, they invite a counterstrike. It is conceivable that, given our current alliance with the rebels, those would be viewed as acceptable risks. You think so?
I'm
Says
following the
Hamish.
railroad track.
It's a shade too sincere, but the subtleties of irony are often wasted in 13. I do. At any rate, we're overdue for a level 5 security drill, says Coin. Let's proceed with the lockdown. She begins to type rapidly on her keyboard, authorizing her decision. The moment she raises her head, it begins. There have been 2 low-level drills since I arrived in 13. I don't remember much about the first. I was in intensive care in the hospital, and I think the patients were exempted, as the complications of removing us for a practice drill outweighed the benefits. I was vaguely aware of a mechanical voice instructing people to congregate in yellow zones. During the second, a level 2 drill meant for minor crises, such as a temporary quarantine while citizens were tested for contagion during a flu outbreak. We were supposed to return to our living quarters. I stayed behind a pipe in the laundry room, ignored the pulsating beeps coming over the audio system, and watched a spider construct a web. Neither experience has prepared me for the wordless, eardrum-piercing, fear-inducing sirens that now permeate 13. There would be no disregarding this sound, which seems designed to throw the whole population into a frenzy. But this is 13, and that doesn't happen. Boggs guides Finnick and me out of command, along the hall to a doorway and onto a wide stairway. Streams of people are converging to form a river that flows only downward. No one shrieks or tries to push ahead. Even the children don't resist. We descend flight after flight, speechless because no word could be heard above this sound. I look for my mother and Prim, but it's impossible to see anyone but those immediately around me. They're both working in the hospital tonight, though, so there's no way they can miss the drill. My ears pop and my eyes feel heavy. We are coal mine deep. The only plus is that the farther we retreat into the earth, the less shrill the sirens become. It's as if they were meant to physically drive us away from the surface, which I suppose they are. Groups of people begin to peel off into marked doorways, and still Boggs directs me downward, until finally the stairs end at the edge of an enormous cavern. I start to walk straight in, and Boggs stops me. It shows me that I must wave my schedule in front of a scanner so that I'm accounted for. No doubt the information's going to some computer somewhere to make sure no one's gone astray. The place seems unable to decide if it's natural or man-made. Certain areas of the walls are stone, while steel beams and concrete heavily reinforce others. Sleeping bunks are hewn right into the rock walls. There's a kitchen, bathrooms, a first aid station. This place was designed for an extended stay. White signs with letters or numbers are placed at intervals around the cavern. As Boggs tells Finnick and me to report to the area that matches our assigned quarters, in my case E for compartment E, Plutarch strolls up. Ah, here you are, he says. Recent events have had little effect on Plutarch's mood. He still has a happy glow from Beatty's success on the airtime assault. Eyes on the forest, not on the trees. Not on Peeta's punishment or 13's imminent blasting. Katniss, obviously this is a bad moment for you, what with Peeta's setback, but you need to be aware that others will be watching you. What? I say. I can't believe he actually just downgraded Peeta's dire circumstances to a setback. The other people in the bunker, they'll be taking their cue on how to react from you. If you're calm and brave, others will try to be as well. If you panic, it could spread like wildfire, explains Plutarch. I just stare at him. Fire is catching, so to speak. He continues, as if I'm being slow on the uptake. Why don't I just pretend I'm on camera, Plutarch? I say. Yes, perfect. One is always much braver with an audience, he says. Look at the courage PETA just displayed. It's all I can do not to slap him. I've got to get back to coin before lockdown. You keep up the good work, he says, and then heads off. I cross to the big letter E posted on the wall. Our space consists of a 12 by 12 foot square of stone floor delineated by painted lines. Carved into the wall are 2 bunks, one of us will be sleeping on the floor, and a ground level cube space for storage. A piece of white paper coated in clear plastic reads Bunker Protocol. I stare fixedly at the little black specks on the sheet.
55.
For a while they're obscured by
Hey Siri, what's my elevation?
You're about 9,829 feet above sea level.
Believe it, if it's 55 outside.
It seemed to wipe from my vision. Slowly the words come into focus. The first section is entitled, On Arrival. 1. Make sure all members of your compartment are accounted for. My mother and Prim haven't arrived, but I was one of the first people to reach the bunker. Both of them are probably helping to relocate hospital patients. 2. Go to the supply station and secure 1 pack for each member of your compartment. Ready your living area. Return packs. I scan the cavern until I locate the supply station. A deep room set off by a counter. People wait behind it, but there's not a lot of activity there yet. I walk over, give our compartment letter, and request 3 packs. A man checks a sheet, pulls the specified packs from shelving, and swings them up onto the counter. After sliding one on my back and getting a grip on the other 2 with my hands, I turn to find a group rapidly forming behind me. Excuse me, I say as I carry my supplies through the others. Is it a matter of timing? Or is Plutarch right? Are these people modeling their behavior online? Back at our space, I open one of the packs to find a thin mattress, bedding, 2 sets of gray clothing, a toothbrush, a comb, and a flashlight. On examining the contents of the other packs, I find the only discernible difference is that they contain both gray and white outfits. The latter will be for my mother and Prim, in case they have medical duties. After I make up the beds, store the clothes, and return the backpacks, I've got nothing to do but observe the last rule. 3. Await further instructions. I sit cross-legged on the floor to await. A steady flow of people begins to fill the room, claiming spaces, collecting supplies. It won't take long until the place is full up. I wonder if my mother and Prim are going to stay the night at wherever the hospital patients have been taken. No, I don't think so. They were on the list here. I'm starting to get anxious when my mother appears. I look behind her into a sea of strangers. There's Prim? I ask. Isn't she here? She replies. She was supposed to come straight down from the hospital. She left 10 minutes before I did. Where is she? Where could she have gone? I squeeze my lids shut tight for a moment to track her as I would prey on a hunt. See her react to the sirens, rush to help the patients, nod as they gesture for her to descend to the bunker, and then hesitate with her on the stairs. Torn for a moment. But why? My eyes fly open. The cat! She went back for him. Oh no, my mother says. We both know I'm right. We're pushing against the incoming tide, trying to get out of the bunker. Up ahead, I can see them preparing to shut the thick metal doors, slowly rotating the metal wheels on either side inward. Somehow I know that once they have been sealed, nothing in the world will convince the soldiers to open them. Perhaps it will even be beyond their control. I'm indiscriminately shoving people aside as I shout for them to wait. The space between the doors shrinks to a yard, a foot. There are only a few inches left when I jam my hand through the crack. Open it! Let me out! I cry. Consternation shows on the soldiers' faces as they reverse the wheels a bit. Not enough to let me pass, but enough to avoid crushing my fingers. I take the opportunity to wedge my shoulder into the opening. Prim! I holler up the stairs. My mother pleads with the guards as I try to wriggle my way out. Prim! Then I hear it. The faint sound of footsteps on the stairs. We're coming! I hear my sister call. Hold the door! That was Gail. They're coming, I tell the guards. And they slide the doors open about a foot, but I don't dare move, afraid they'll lock us all out. Until Prim appears, her cheeks flushed with running, hauling Buttercup. I pull her inside and Gail follows, twisting an armload of baggage sideways to get it into the bunker. The doors are closed with a loud and final clank. What were you thinking? I give Prim an angry shake and then hug her, squashing Buttercup between us. Prim's explanation is already on her lips. I couldn't leave him behind, Katniss. Not twice. You should have seen him pacing the room and howling. He'd come back to protect us. Okay. I take a few breaths to calm myself, step back, and lift Buttercup by the scruff of the neck. I should have drowned you when I had the chance. His ears flatten and he raises a paw. I hiss before he gets a chance, which seems to annoy him a little, since he considers hissing his own personal sound of contempt. In retaliation, he gives a helpless kitten mew that brings my sister immediately to his defense. Oh, Katniss, don't tease him, she says, folding him back in her arms. He's already so upset.
Oh, there's a deer.
The idea that I've wounded the brute's tiny cat feelings just invites further taunting. But Prim's genuinely distressed for him, so instead, I visualize Buttercup's fur lining a pair of gloves, an image that has helped me deal with him over the years. Okay, sorry. We're under the big E on the wall. Better get him settled in before he loses it. Prim hurries off, and I find myself face to face with Gail.
It's getting prettier.
He's holding the box of medical supplies from our kitchen in 12, site of our last conversation, kiss, fallout, whatever. My game bag slung across his shoulder. If Pete is right, these didn't stand a chance, he says. Peeta. Blood like raindrops on the window, like wet mud on boots. Thanks for everything. Take our stuff. What were you doing up in our rooms? Just double checking, he says. We're in 47 if you need me. Practically everyone withdrew to their spaces when the doors shut, so I get to cross to our new home with at least 500 people watching me. Try to appear extra calm to make up for my frantic crashing through the crowd. Like that's fooling anyone. So much for setting an example. Oh, who cares? They all think I'm nuts anyway. One man who I think I knocked to the floor catches my eye and rubs his elbow resentfully. I almost hiss at him too. Prim has Buttercup installed on the lower bunk, draped in a blanket so that only his face pokes out. This is how he likes to be when there's thunder, the one thing that actually frightens him. My mother puts her box carefully in the cube. I crouch, my back supported by the wall, to check what Gail managed to rescue in my hunting bag. The plant book, the hunting jacket, my parents' wedding photo, and the personal contents of my drawer. My Mockingjay pin now lives with Simma's outfit, but there's the gold locket and the silver parachute with the spile and Peeta's line. I knot the pearl into the corner of the parachute, bury it deep in the recesses of the bag, as if it's Peeta's life and no one can take it away as long as I guard it. The faint sound of the sirens cuts off sharply. Coyne's voice comes over the district audio system, thanking us all for an exemplary evacuation of the upper levels. She stresses that this is not a drill, as Peeta Malark, the District 12 victor, has possibly made a televised reference to an attack on 13 tonight. That's when the first bomb hits. There's an initial sense of impact followed by an explosion that resonates in my innermost parts, the lining of my intestines, the marrow of my bones, the roots of my teeth. We're all gonna die, I think. My eyes turn upward, expecting to see giant cracks race across the ceiling, massive chunks of stone raining down on us. But the bunker itself gives only a slight shudder. The lights go out, and I experience the disorientation of total darkness. Speechless human sounds, Spontaneous shrieks, ragged breaths, baby whimpers, one musical bit of insane laughter dance around in the charged air. Then there's a hum of a generator, and a dim, wavering glow replaces the stark lighting that is the norm in 13. It's closer to what we had in our homes in 12, when the candles and fire burned low on the winter's night. I reach for Prim in the twilight, plant my hand on her leg, pull myself over to her. Her voice remains steady as she croons to Buttercup. It's all right, baby. It's all right. We'll be okay down here. My mother wraps her arms around us. I allow myself to feel young for a moment and rest my head on her shoulder. That was nothing like the bombs that made, I say. Probably a bunker missile, says Brett, keeping her voice soothing for the cat's sake. We learned about them during the orientation for new citizens. They're designed to penetrate deep in the ground before they go off. Because there's no point in bombing 13 on the surface anymore. Nuclear? I asked, feeling a chill run through me. Not necessarily, says Prim. Some just have a lot of explosives in them. But it could be either kind, I guess. The gloom makes it hard to see the heavy metal doors at the end of the bunker. Would they be any protection against a nuclear attack? And even if they were 100% effective at sealing out the radiation, which is really unlikely, would we ever be able to leave this place? The thought of spending whatever remains of my life in this stone vault horrifies me. I want to run madly for the door and demand to be released into whatever lies above. It's pointless. They would never let me out, and I might start some kind of stampede. We're so far down. I'm sure we're safe, says my mother wanly. Is she thinking of my father's being blown to nothingness in the woods? It was a close call, though. Thank goodness Peter had the wherewithal to warn us. The wherewithal. A general term that somehow includes everything that was needed for him to sound the alarm. The knowledge, the opportunity, the courage. It's something else I can't define. Peter seemed to have been waging a sort of battle in his mind, fighting to get the message out. Why? The ease with which he manipulates words is his greatest talent. Was his difficulty a result of his torture? Something more like madness? Coin's voice, perhaps a shade grimmer, fills the bunker, the volume level flickering with the lights. Apparently, Peter Malark's information was sound, and we owe him a great debt of gratitude. Sensors indicate the first missile was not nuclear, but very powerful. We expect more will follow. For the duration of the attack, citizens are to stay in their assigned areas unless otherwise notified. A soldier alerts my mother that she's needed in the first aid station. She's reluctant to leave us, even though she'll only be 30 yards away. We'll be fine, really, I tell her. Do you think anything could get past him? I point to Buttercup, who gives such a half-hearted hiss we all have to laugh a little. Even I feel sorry for him. After my mother goes, I suggest, why don't you climb down? Silly. Well, the bunk might collapse on us during the attack, she says. If the bunks collapse, the whole bunker will have given way and buried us. But I decide this kind of logic won't actually be helpful. Instead, I clean out the storage cube and make Buttercup a bed inside. And I pull a mattress in front of it for my sister and me to share. We're given clearance in small groups to use the bathroom and brush our teeth, although showering has been canceled for the day. I curl up with Prim on the mattress, double layering the blankets because the cavern emits a dank chill. Buttercup, miserable even with Prim's constant attention, huddles in the cube and exhales cat breath in my face. Despite the disagreeable conditions, I'm glad to have time with my sister. My extreme preoccupation since I came here, no, since the first games, really, has left little attention for her. haven't been watching over her the way I should, the way I used to. After all, it was Gail who checked our compartment, not me. Something to make up for. I realize I've never even bothered to ask her about how she's handling the shock of coming here. So, how are you liking 13? I offer. Right now? She asks. We both laugh. I miss home badly sometimes, but then I remember there's nothing left to miss anymore. I feel safer here. We don't have to worry about you. Well, not the same way. She pauses, and then a shy smile crosses her lips. I think they're going to train me to be a doctor. It's the first I've heard of it. Well, of course they are. They'd be stupid not to. They've been watching me when I help out in the hospital. I'm already taking the medic courses. It's just beginner stuff. I know a lot of it from home. Still, there's plenty to learn. She tells me. That's great, I say. Prim, a doctor. She couldn't even dream of it in 12. Something small and quiet, like a match being struck, lights up the gloom inside me. This is the sort of future a rebellion could bring. What about you, Katniss? How are you managing? Her fingertip moves in short, gentle strokes between Buttercup's eyes. And don't say you're fine. It's true. Whatever the opposite of fine is, that's what I am. So I go ahead and tell her about Peeta, his deterioration on screen, and how I think they must be killing him at this very moment. Buttercup has to rely on himself for a while, because now Prim turns her attention to me, pulling me closer, brushing the hair back behind my ears with her fingers. I've stopped talking because there's really nothing left to say, and there's this piercing sort of pain where my heart is. Maybe I'm even having a heart attack, but it doesn't seem worth mentioning. Katniss, I don't think President Snow will kill Peeta, she says. Of course she says this. It's what she thinks will calm me. But her next words come as a surprise. If he does, you won't have anyone left you want. He won't have any way to hurt you. Suddenly, I am reminded of another girl. One who had seen all the evil the Capitol had to offer. Joanna Mason, the tribute from District 7 in the last arena. I was trying to prevent her from going into the jungle where the Jabberjays mimicked the voices of loved ones being tortured, but she brushed me off, saying, "They can't hurt me. I'm not like the rest of you. There's no one left I love." Then I know Prim is right, that Snow cannot afford to waste Peeta's life, especially now, while the Mockingjay causes so much havoc. He's killed Cinna already, destroyed my home, my family, Gale, and even Haymitch are out of his reach. Peeta's all he has left. So what do you think they'll do to him? I ask. Prim sounds about 1,000 years old when she speaks. Whatever it takes to break you. Chapter 11. What will break me? This is the question that consumes me over the next 3 days as we wait to be released from our prison of safety. What will break me into a million pieces so that I am beyond repair, beyond usefulness? I mention it to no one. It devours my waking hours and weaves itself throughout my nightmares. 4 more bunker missiles fall over this period, all massive, all very damaging, but there's no urgency to the attack. The bombs are spread out over the long hours so that just when you think the raid is over, another blast sends shockwaves through your guts. A field more designed to keep us in lockdown than to decimate 13. Cripple the district, yes. Give the people plenty to do to get the place running again. But destroy it? No. Quinn was right on that point. You don't destroy what you want to acquire in the future. I assume what they really want, in the short term, is to stop the airtime assaults and keep me off the televisions of Panem. We receive next to no information about what is happening. Our screens never come on, We get only brief audio updates from Coin about the nature of the bombs. Certainly the war is still being waged, but as to its status, we're in the dark. Inside the bunker, cooperation is the order of the day. We adhere to a strict schedule for meals and bathing, exercise, and sleep. Small periods of socialization are granted to alleviate the tedium. Our space becomes very popular because both children and adults have a fascination with Buttercup. He attains celebrity status with his evening game of Crazy Cat. I created this by accident a few years ago during a winter blackout. You simply wiggle a flashlight beam around on the floor, and Buttercup tries to catch it. I'm petty enough to enjoy it because I think it makes him look stupid. Inexplicably, everyone here thinks he's clever and delightful. I'm even issued a special set of batteries, an enormous waste, to be used for this purpose. The citizens of 13 are truly starved for entertainment. It's on the third night during our game that I answer the question eating away at me. Crazy Cat becomes a metaphor for my situation. I am Buttercup. PETA, the thing I want so badly to secure, is the light. As long as Buttercup feels he has the chance of catching the elusive light under his paws, he's bristling with aggression. That's how I've been since I left the arena with PETA alive. When the light goes out completely, Buttercup's temporarily distraught and confused, but he recovers and moves on to other things. That's what would happen if PETA died. But the one thing that sends Buttercup into a tailspin is when I leave the light on, but put it hopelessly out of his reach, high on the wall, beyond even his jumping skills. He paces below the wall, wails, and can't be comforted or distracted. He's useless until I shut the light off. That's what Snow is trying to do to me now. I don't know what form his game takes. Maybe this realization on my part is all Snow needs. Thinking that PETA was in his possession and being tortured for rebel information was bad. But thinking that he's being tortured specifically to incapacitate me is unendurable. And it's under the weight of this revelation that I truly begin to break. After Crazy Cat, we're directed to bed. The power's been coming and going. Sometimes the lamps burn at full brightness. Other times we squint at one another in the brownouts. At bedtime, they turn the lamps to near darkness and activate safety lights in each space. Prim, who's decided the walls will hold up, snuggles with Buttercup on the lower bunk. My mother's on the upper. I offer to take a bunk, but they make me keep to the floor mattress since I flail around so much when I'm sleeping. I'm not flailing now, as my muscles are rigid with the tension of holding myself together. The pain over my heart returns, and from it I imagine tiny fissures spreading out into my body. Through my torso, down my arms and legs, over my face, leaving it crisscrossed with cracks. One good jolt of a bunker missile, and I could shatter into strange, razor-sharp shots. When the restless, wiggling majority has settled into sleep, I carefully extricate myself from my blanket and tiptoe through the cavern until I find Finnick, feeling for some unspecified reason that he will understand. He sits under the safety light in his space, nodding his robe, not even pretending to rest.
In about 10 miles, turn right onto East 4th Avenue.
It dawns on me. This strategy is very old news to Finnick. It's what broke him. This is what they're doing to you with Annie, isn't it? I asked. Well, they didn't arrest her because they thought she'd be a wealth of rebel information, he says. They know I'd never have risked telling her anything like that for her own protection. Oh, Finnick, I'm so sorry, I said. No, I'm sorry that I didn't warn you somehow, he tells me. Suddenly, a memory surfaces. I'm strapped to my bed, mad with rage and grief after the rescue. Finnick is trying to console me about PETA. He'll figure out he doesn't know anything pretty fast, and they won't kill him if they think they can use him against you. You did warn me, though, on the hovercraft. Only when you said they'd use PETA against me, I thought you meant like bait. To lure me into the capital somehow, I said. I shouldn't have said even that. It was too late to give any help to you. Since I had warned you before the quarter quell, I should have shut up about how snow operates. Finnick yanks on the end of his rope, and